Sejam todos muito bem-vindos de volta à nona
Very
edição.
welcome back to the 9th edition of the Scenario of Rare Diseases in Brazil. If you're not back in your seat yet, please do return so we can go on because we still have a lot of information to see. But before we start our roundtable, I would like to invite you to hear a message from the ISPOR CEO and Executive Director.
As a global society, I think we have an opportunity to lead an exploration of how a global approach to rare diseases could be mounted and how we might better leverage the experience and knowledge of our chapters, for instance, to advance thinking and decision-making with respect to rare disease management. Because it seems to me that, and I say this as someone who has had the privilege of living and working on 6 continents and who has it must be said, special affinity for Latin America. People who have rare diseases, along with their caregivers, they often experience economic hardship, greater social isolation, delays in treatment or access to treatment, and ultimately poor health outcomes. And that bothers me. As the CEO of ISPOR, I want to leverage our full resources to better express our mandate globally and better support the efforts of our chapters. Indeed, I want ISPOR to be working much more closely with our chapters so that we can together move the needle on the ground and get better health outcomes. It's no accident that our new vision very specifically talks about a world in which healthcare is accessible, is effective, is efficient, and is affordable for all. That is our North Star. That is what we are working towards now. And I want to invite all ISPOR chapters to work with me in making that vision a reality. And we can start by leaning into the work that we've done to date on patient engagement and leaning into the work that we've done with respect to rare diseases, because it is unacceptable to me that people with rare diseases are isolated and facing economic hardship and facing significant delays in access to treatment. We can do better. And we can do better by working together. So I'm enormously grateful for the opportunity to speak to you virtually. It pains me not to be with you in person, but know that I am with you in spirit and that you have my full support as the CEO of ISPOR to lean deeply into the questions that matter as we seek to better engage patients and advance progress in rare disease management. And I look forward to hearing about the outcomes of your gathering. And I look forward to working with you to move forward and improve healthcare decision-making in Brazil, in Latin America, and around the world. Thanks so much.
Nós que agradecemos, uma salva de palmas, gente.
Thank you. A round of applause, everyone. And, well, there are an estimate 13 to 15 million Brazilians with some form of rare diseases. Men, women, and children who face difficulty getting diagnostics, managing their disease, and getting treatment through medication or not. To address this central theme in putting up an environment for handling rare diseases, we invite Vanessa Tait from the Albert Einstein Hospital. She's going to be our moderator. Founder and president of Casa Hunter, Antoine Daher. You're going to work hard this edition, right? Miss Alexandra Humber, president of Rare Disease International, RGI. Mr. Alexandre Fioranelli from the ANS, the National Supplementary Health Agency, Mr. Fernando Aif, a professor at the public health uh, course at the University of São Paulo, and sanitary law, also at the University of São Paulo. João Batista da Silva Jr. from the National Health Inspection Authority, Anvisa. Laís Bonilha, the coordinator of the National Ethics and Research Commission. Nathan Sonis, the General Coordinator for Rare Diseases at the Ministry of Health and a professor at the Collective Health course of the University of Brasilia. Mr. Roberto Giuliani, a professor at the Department of Genetics of UFIX, the founder of the Institute Genetics for All, and one of the members of the board of the Casa dos Raros in Porto Alegre. Thais Mello, endocrinologist and medical director of Boehringer Ingelheim in Brazil. And now, as soon as she comes up, we will have our full table. Vanessa Thais, I will give the floor to you to start another roundtable for debates. And we hope to absorb a lot more information with you. Thank you, Camila. On behalf of Casa Hunter, I'd like to thank you for the honor of moderating this table with some of the people who are most involved and aware of the topic of rare disease in Brazil and the world. And to open the discussion, we are going to watch a video recorded by Inês Alves from the European Regulatory Agency. So some points that might be of interest: collaboration from stakeholders or interested parties from several entities. In Europe, we've been seeing the benefits of promoting collaboration between associations of people with rare diseases, healthcare professionals, and those responsible for creating policies and health strategies, and the pharmaceutical industry. By establishing open dialogue and working together, some restrictions considered, those stakeholders can identify challenges and develop solutions adapted to the necessities of the community of people with rare diseases. The Brazilian community could consider the possibility of establishing similar collaborations to promote positive change. Maybe you have established several, and I would love to hear about them. I'm positive that we can learn from each other. Considering the EMA regulatory board for orphan drugs, what does it include? It includes incentives to research and development, known as R&D, fast track review processes, and accelerated marketing for some products. Recently, we've reviewed all of the regulatory component that will be in force, I think, between 2026 and 2027. Considering that Anvisa, the Brazilian health agency, has its own processes, obviously, it might be interesting to explore how the European context might be adapted to the Brazilian context to respond to the environment, to the development of medication in Brazil. Also, rare disease associations in Europe have had a fundamental role in defending the needs of people and families with rare diseases and making sure that their voices are heard throughout the processes of development of orphan drugs. Another issue has to do with price and reimbursement for orphan drugs. In Europe, we've been exploring different pricing strategies and reimbursement strategies to make sure that access is sustainable even though the Brazilian healthcare has its own challenges, just like any other system, it might be beneficial to assess how more innovative models with agreements with planned entry to market models, risk sharing agreements could be adapted to improve access to orphan drugs in Brazil. European countries has also benefited from cross-border collaboration, such as European reference boards, more involved with rare diseases. Obviously, that facilitates the exchange of knowledge, decision-making, and best practices when managing and following up on people with rare diseases. Thank you all. Well, now that we've heard a bit about the European experience, we can probably state without much question that from a regulatory standpoint, Brazil is very close to what's being seen in other places in the world. We're not too far from that. We have challenges in terms of access reimbursement, but not that. So to start the discussion, I'd like to ask Alexandra first. What is the perception of Rare Diseases International now about the scenario of rare diseases in Brazil? And how does RDI intend to involve people in their programs to grant access to patients?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to speak in English, so I can hear my voice. It's normal, or do I? No, should take away. Okay, better. So I'm Alexandra Humbert-Perry. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Rare Diseases International. Rare Diseases International is the global alliance of persons living with a rare disease. As you know, we are few, but altogether we are many. We represent more than 300 million people living with a rare disease. We're very honored that Casa Hunter is one of our recent members. And I will try to bring the global perspective in this panel. So RDIC, the Brazil, I would say, case, really from what I heard this morning, there is a huge progress. There are some amazing strides that are there, saying all the community being together from all disciplinary is a great example to achieve progress. At the same time, we heard also there are still some challenges. But RDI notably wants to support the member in Brazil, including Casa Hunter, through collaboration. So we want to leverage already the network that is happening here in Brazil to amplify also the collective impact by, for example, showing what Brazil is doing. So we have launched recently a tool called Mapping Rare, and Casa Hunter could show what they've done with Casas dos Raros. So it's a way of raising awareness. It has been said this morning, we still need a lot of awareness. We still need the public, the policymakers, and all relevant stakeholders to really understand what is rare disease, what are the challenges, but what are the solutions that are working. And I can tell you that your country is really leading the path. The other important aspect that Brazil can really play a role, it's in policy advocacy. I was very happy to see this morning, actually, that the panel was about politics, public politicas, it was? Yeah? Yes. Because, and we had a discussion with Tony yesterday, notably, when I asked what was the key success factor that you can say about having Casas dos Raros, he said, well, fixing the policies. So RDI really play a role in influencing the global ecosystem. But we're not only doing this, we're also supporting our members to advocate at regional level, so for Brazil it's really Latin America region, and in the country itself. And RDI make sure to have some workshop where we can discuss how to connect the global, the regional, and the local, because then we will really enhance the initiative at local level. As you know, there is the World Health Organization. You probably heard about it during COVID a lot. And shaping the ecosystem starts by really working with the World Health Organization, because this is all the Ministry of Health that decide for the World Health Organization policies. So Brazil, as a member of the World Health Organization, will play a role in the policies that the World Health Organization will put in place for rare diseases. And this will actually enhance what's happening at national level. Because in rare disease, we saw that we cannot work in silo. So every knowledge that is taking place in one region can benefit another region. And this is really that model of sharing knowledge, sharing best practice that we would like to enhance. And I think really Brazil contributes to that effort.
Thank you. E com certeza a gente pode se beneficiar dessa colaboração
Thank
internacional.
you. We can definitely benefit from international cooperation as well, because we have lots of common challenges. I will take the liberty not to follow the specific order you're set in, and direct my question to Nathan. You have a long history of studying rare diseases. How do you describe your first months at the front of the rare community department in the Ministry of Health? Oh, good afternoon, everyone. The first months are always a huge challenge in any management position, but we cannot advance with any type of public policy without understanding a scenario. So during the first year, our role was really identifying bottlenecks and points in which the Ministry of Health could be more active. We interacted with all of the services, and we had systematic meetings with references in rare diseases. We heard from professionals at the forefront of rare diseases to build a plan of action. Some of those needs that we needed to answer to are under three umbrellas. The first one is having adequate technology to diagnose those diseases. In many different states, we still struggle with not having the appropriate equipment and professional teams to do new generation treatments and sequencings pertaining to the molecular identity of those diseases. We have a plan for that. There are two big Brazilian laboratories that are being organized to do that. The National Institute of Cardiology and Fernando Siqueira in Rio de Janeiro. We are offering their services to the Brazilian healthcare system so that we can fill that gap. The second bottleneck is personnel. We do not have a sufficient number of geneticists to work in a country that has the proportions that Brazil has. But this is not because geneticists don't want. It is about medical organizations that need to organize new tools for their work to reach the entire country. For example, telemedicine is a perfectly adequate tool. I like to remind people that the distance between Belém and Manaus is the same as that of Belém to Belo Horizonte. When we think of the north and we think that it's really far, we need to understand how huge Brazil is in its entirety and specific needs that we could answer with new types of solutions. The third bottleneck is how patients are treated, how they receive medication, how they are welcomed into our networks. So if you live with rare diseases, maybe a very common scenario, if you need biomedication, you get your little fridge, you have to seek in different pharmacies an adequate place to apply the medication. We have a certain degree of disorganization in terms of infusional medication. And we are really directing our efforts to create an attention point that will allow people to monitor and offer pharmaceutical care for patients with a complex and rare chronic condition. In this plan, we need to give a return also to the patients under the principles of good pharmaceutical care. So the first year and a half were really about cleaning up the house. And we've done some outwards actions. We created a new website for rare diseases where you can find all the regulatory information, protocols, information panels. This is a beginning. We still have a long way to go. We have to organize the neonatal testing system, which was really at a very complex stage of organization when we got there. We have to organize around advanced therapies. Fernando is also a very dear friend who's always addressing this topic alongside us. So there is a lot to be done, but we've taken very important steps. We were able to expand our network in terms of habilitated services and capacity. In a year and a half, maybe by the end of our mandate, we'll be able to double or even triple the size of this network. Thank you, Nathan. Congratulations for the work and for facing this challenge in such a structured way, because really assembling an entire ecosystem to monitor the journey of a rare disease patient is complex. And when we think of access to medication, we always think of Anvisa's role in approving those medications. So I am going to talk to João now. Anvisa recently promoted some innovative initiatives, among them establishing criteria to use assessments of foreign equivalent agencies. Can you tell us about how those actions are going to reflect the needs that we see in the world of rare diseases? First of all, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank you for inviting me to this event. That's the first thing. I think this topic of this work group, one other action by Anvisa in the field of rare diseases. Well, actually, first, I think I need to explain to people, patients here, how approval works. Every time we have a new product, medication, equipment in Brazil, Anvisa needs to assess risks and benefits. It's going to use evidence. The strongest evidence that we have currently in scientific research is clinical trials. You have controlled data from patients, you can assess benefits and the risk so that you can state that this medication is safe, effective for what you're trying to treat, and being used with quality. And the world is really advancing. We're working with AI, big data. So we've been seeing that reconciling clinical trials, we can also use real-life data, which is what our friend said here. The regulatory world, our colleague from the European Agency, the whole world in regulation is thinking, how can we use real-life data that's produced by doctors when following up on patients to implement and accelerate the processes through which you understand and approve this medication for patients. In our area, this is really important because clinical trials are often done with not many people because, of course, these are rare diseases in a situation where you don't have many therapeutic alternatives. So having real-life data is really, really important. So Anvisa created a work group, and that's what we do. We'll try to reconcile data from clinical trial with real-life data. And we've began seeing quite a few possibilities for use to broaden recommendation. What does that mean? When you get a new medication, the company will say this is good for this disease at this stage for this age group. And it has to be used like that, because if you don't, you can't be sure that it will be effective. But real life, clinicians, doctors show other uses for products. So maybe you could use real life data to expand recommendations. For example, this is recommended for 2-year-olds, but we've been seeing it be effective for 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds. So it does seem that this workforce, this task force, is going to be really, really valuable for us to reconcile those two sets of data to approve and monitor those products with more efficiency. And then once these medications are approved, they are monitored, some more closely than others, but they're all monitored. And real life data comes into that context. It is a pilot program, meaning that we're still looking at it to figure out how we're going to use that data, how we're going to build a national database, not just for Anvisa to use, but the Ministry of Health, other agencies as well. And the whole world is working with that, especially with rare diseases and advanced therapies. This type of work with databases and real life monitoring is really crucial. I'm not sure I answered your question, but I think that's what's under discussion here. Thank you, thank you. And like you said, in rare diseases, the challenge of having randomized clinical trials and long-term outcomes is requires that help. When we talk about research and scientific evidence, I would like to invite Lais to answer the next question, because clinical research is a very sensitive topic for rare diseases in this community, because it is considered the first role towards treatment for people with rare diseases. When we make it more feasible to bring research into Brazil, we make it easier for Brazilian patients to access more innovative treatments that could bring benefits to them. And we have seen an increase in research for ultra rare diseases with Resolution 563. And we had a veto from the President of the Republic. Just to clarify, this is paragraph 6 of Law 14,463, which talks about the continuity of the free provision of experimental drugs once a trial is over. We thought that by extending that deadline, we could incentivize pharmaceutical companies to keep on bringing medication into Brazil. How do you see the scenario after that veto? Good afternoon, everyone. Everyone who's watching. It is really a great opportunity to be in such a huge, important event. I'm very pleased to have heard the colleagues that came before me. I am a physical therapist. My background is there, and I have a professional and educational background in care. I was looking at the round table, thinking about public policy for care, right? And when Tony said this morning that we need to worry about caretakers, which sometimes get to us in worse state than the people who are under their care. I think that's how we qualify what we've been doing as a group with different outlooks. This is how we qualify and advance our points. So really, congratulations on the event and on promoting this discussion. I'm going to quickly describe myself. I am a small white woman with brown hair, with a green and brown shirt, and I wear glasses. I have no conflict of interest here. I am a coordinator at CONEP, but I am a professor at a public federal university. What's important when you ask that question is when we say that research is a possibility of treatment for rare disease people, we need to reflect on that because research isn't treatment. I do understand that sometimes it's the only way out. And then ethically speaking, that being the only possibility is not a good thing. The good thing would be if we could state that Brazil is a country that takes good care of rare disease people from the day they're born, and that assistance comes with the safety, the protection guarantees, and the development of research being able to create advancements. So before we answer that question, we need to think of an ideal situation, which would be an early diagnosis, access to treatment, multi-professional teams, integrated care, so that the entire network, the entire system, because we're talking about specialized care, and people don't live in a rehabilitation clinic, they don't live in a hospital, they live at home. So we need to think of access to health where people live and how people go through our system until a day where they need to be committed, go to be in hospital or have a more intense treatment, and then they need to go through that before they go home. And for primary care, people don't let go of them because they have a fever on the weekend. It doesn't have to be on the day they're on the clinic. And I say that because I'm in primary care as well, just as a healthcare professional. It's really important to differentiate. We need to defend access to qualified care and research and access to research. So research isn't treatment. We need to state that. But well, sometimes it is what we have. And then we have a second option, which is this is what we have. The second statement needs to be, this needs to be done safely. We need to protect and take care of those people who are already vulnerable. We cannot put the vulnerable in a vulnerable position. On the contrary, we need to take better care of them to promote care. And of course, at some point, taking better care was limiting for rare people who wanted to participate in research. And that's, I'm saying all this because I want to tell you how we got to 563. It's a specific decision on rare diseases so that companies didn't stop coming to Brazil, so that people could maybe find treatment in those earlier treatment with that research, so that they could get treatment before it was considered safe and went to market. But maybe they would be in the placebo arm. And what then? Well, then we would have a system that was concerned with ethics, where people would be entitled to get medication even if they were in the placebo group. So yeah, they will get treatment during the research, or they will get it afterwards once the medication is effective, if they were in the placebo group. With that, what happened was our regulation is very protective in relation to the rights of research participants in general. People don't come here often. In Brazil, we say that people who have put themselves at risk for research deserve to share the benefit, which is going to be the benefit of the sponsor. They're producing a product to be sold, and the person participates and they're at risk. When that individual benefit happens, which is not always, they deserve to keep. It's not fair for people to participate in research, be at risk, maybe be committed to hospital. A lot of things can happen during research. So for a matter of justice, they need to receive the benefit that the sponsor has reached. It's supposed to be a win-win situation. The people deserve to get treatments. In Brazil, we say through regulation that patients deserve to receive that benefit as long as it's beneficial. Because ethical rights cannot have an expiration date. You can't receive it for 2 years and then we've ran out of justice. That's not something we can state as a society. It needs to be ensured and sustained. And through 466 and 510 resolutions, those rights are ensured. People will get it. Specifically for people with rare diseases, this was negotiated by yourselves. You said, we do not want this protection, which is fair, which is good. Sometimes it takes away from our possibilities to participate in research. And then SEPCONEP heard you. They said, okay, this is an exception. When I got to SEPCONEP, I was very surprised because I said, we're withdrawing protection from the people who need the most protection. And at the time, Jorge Venâncio said this is a demand of the people who make use of this medication. So that's fair. Now we have a new law that has decided that there needs to be a specific time, and they set 5 years. I imagine it was 5 years because we have this resolution 563, which is specific for ultra-rare diseases, and it said, still does say, 5 years from registration and pricing of the medication. And then how does that, let's backtrack. This is the medication that, the regulation that is in effect until the end of August. So it will be, it will be in effect as of the end of late August. And it says that the use of experimental treatments will be ensured for all people, but it could be interrupted in some situations described here. The 6th says expiration of the 5-year period, starting with the registration of the experimental drug in Brazil, meaning all people, not just ultra-rare and rare disease patients, all people participating in research, once medication becomes available at the drugstore, not the public healthcare system, the pharmacy, after 5 years since it became available at the drugstore, participants will cease to receive that medication from the sponsor of the trial. In our opinion, CONEB, this is unfair because people who participate in the trial and put their health at risk will have to go and pay for the medication. In our opinion, it's not fair. I think the veto was perfectly appropriate and we need to keep it. I talked to Tony and Tony says, what about the people with rare diseases? Guys, you are people with rare diseases. This is an exception regime. You were and you should continue to be the exception. The exception comes under the law's regulation, which is going to be published in late August. So in that sense, I am very easy in my mind because you are going to be able to make a request with the Ministry of Health for how it's going to work with rare disease people, because it works differently, and that's fair. We have talked about that. When we had 563, at the very start of 563, we said for all people who do not adapt to what is said in 563, it's 2 pages long. What goes is what goes for everyone. And we have discussed that in some gaps in 563, and I was against it. I said the fact that it's not in this paper, it doesn't mean that people with rare diseases will not have a rare disease. They still do. I understand that an exception is always an exception, so we need to work differently. You should not, in our opinion, be under the general rule. The general rule is the general rule. Rare disease patients need to have specificities under the Ministry of Health and have their access ensured.
E eu acho que especialmente no Brasil e talvez outros países
Thank you, guys. I think that especially in Brazil, but other developing countries, we can feel this impact more. because there's a gap between the time you register the product and when it's incorporated in the public system. Maybe in Europe, this gap doesn't have that much of an impact, but for us, it does, because it can have an impact in the research that you're gonna have, and that's the question I'm gonna ask her is later on. And we still have a long time until you get the reimbursement. How can we balance these two worlds? About the pharmaceutical industry, what is your view, and what are the challenges that they face in Brazil to bring new clinical trials to Brazil? Thank you. First of all, thank you, Casa Hunter, Tony, for the invitation and for the opportunity to be here taking part of such an important roundtable. First of all, from the industry point of view, not only Behringer, but research and development in Brazil. Brazil is not where we should be. We've talked about that earlier today, that Brazil has the seventh size of population, in terms of population, when you consider the number of clinical trials, the 20th on the list. So we have countries with less developed health systems and that end up by having more clinical trials than Brazil. In Brazil, we have many advantages, and we have always advocate for that, because we have a diverse population, heterogeneous. Yes, we can assess the effect of medication in different populations. Brazil has the largest urban population in Latin America, people with more access to treatment centers, research centers. We have research centers that are highly qualified with well-trained and competent researchers. We have many examples here around this table, and we have many challenges, especially two of them that are historical. First of all, lead time for clinical trial approvals. We have assessments made by Interpharma, the Multinational Innovation Industry Association, saying that in Brazil, it takes around 15 days to have the complete approval of a clinical trial protocol. And we have in Latin America countries where it takes 90 days, like Argentina or US, 30 to 60 days. So these they have more fertile scenario because they allow research to happen faster. When we start research, it happens in different countries. So if in Brazil takes time for approval, we will have less time to include participants and to be part of this study. Fortunately, we have very good researchers, and we can even compensate this delay. For example, at Behringer, so long for the approval that we ended up with 2 months to include patients. And even though Brazil managed to include all that, and we managed to include more patients than other countries where they had the approval earlier. And the second challenge that we have, what we have been discussing about supply after trial, the problem is not only lead time, but it's the lack of a regulation in terms of criteria, not only for rare disease, but different disease, different situations. What would be more beneficial for the population? Is there a therapeutic alternative or not? And all these parameters, regardless of the veto, they have been better described in the new law. And I think that even lead time, where everything is more clear now, and supply, with the new law, we have a promising scenario. We'll be able to defend the arrival of new studies in Brazil based on the new law and highlighting what was already positive. So to us, with this law, we are going to get into a new chapter of clinical trials in Brazil. And the challenge is going to be different now. The challenge will be, how can I show our companies that we have a different scenario, that the heritage that we bring from our past is not going to happen again. We'll be able to get more predictability in terms of the studies or the trials, and gain uh, the reliability and the trust that we need to bring these companies to Brazil. And a well-organized clinical trial helps to organize the health system, the public health system, because we're talking about referencing and bringing awareness in terms of diagnostic, tell where patients are and direct them to the public health. But sometimes it's not that clear. So research brings all of these benefits that are not limited to the participant on a certain study, but it goes beyond and helps organizing the public health system. So I think that it's a new chapter, and the challenge is to show this new reality, attract more investment to the country. Thank you, Thais. We get really excited about that, to get new studies. It's awesome. Still talking about research, I'd like to ask Dr. Roberta to answer the question. You are the researcher with more clinical trials in Brazil. And what can you see in terms of change on the profile of clinical trials for rare disease in the past few years? And what do you think are the main challenges in terms of access? Thank you for the invitation to be here, part of this roundtable, with so many experts in the area. Alexandra, who crossed the ocean to be here with us today, and Visa, CANAP, the industry. Congratulations, Johnny. It's a great team, and you managed to do it again. So it's impeccable the way you organize this event. Now, I think you've managed many aspects of all that. I think I will disagree with Elise when she said that the research is not treatment. Well, yeah, yes and no. We bring something new to test, but in practice, rare disease are orphan disease. They don't have any specific handling. So the research starts with hope on how to manage this disease, and that's an interesting aspect. And these disease sometimes they are very serious and progressive, and each day counts in a disease that progress and leads to incapacity. So it's so important to attract research and attract as soon as possible, because maybe that's the only way to anticipate the way we're going to manage the disease. So research is an early access to therapy. And Brazil, as I said, it's an attractive country for clinical trials. We have a large population, more than 200 million people, and the structure is quite good actually in terms of reference centers. We have very qualified centers that are as good as others abroad, and that makes this country very attractive. And we also have something very important, which is that we are in a regulatory process that is very important when you assess a country on where to do the trial. We have Anvisa and we have the system SAPCONAP. So everything's well organized. We have the problem with lead time, as I said, but they are getting better. We have been advancing, and we still have a long way to go to improve this aspect, but that is something that we're going toward the right direction. And then we have this issue of access post-study, and that's the question that Vanessa asked. That's very emblematic. Before and after 563 law, when you think about years before and after, it's very important, not only in number of studies, but the profile of studies, more complex ones that are coming to Brazil more and more, like the best technology ever. And the center, we have a very active center. So 5 years ago, we have 35 studies, and 5 years later, we have 70. So 35 to 70, like 100% in terms of the amount of studies. Each one of them involve a small number of patients, but again, rare disease. That's what we're talking about. So access to the post-study is very important when a company decides to do this study in Brazil. If it's a large company, they're going to assess their studies, and maybe they're going to bring this trial to the country, even if you have the access for search and an amount of time until it's beneficial to the patient. But that's going to limit the trials. That's something that we are trying to do. In terms of rare disease, we have startups involving new technologies, and they are doing the trial with only a small amount of people. But the thing is, because of the size of the country, we have enough patients for a certain rare disease. But that's going to be an investment for the whole life of the patient. And sometimes this company is a startup, and that creates a liability hard to measure. And for these companies, they develop the product, and this product is going to be absorbed by a large company. And these assets will gonna have some weight here. And it creates resistance to small companies. And that's what you have for rare diseases. Studies start with small companies. 5-year lead time is reasonable for rare disease, because the average time is 8 to 9 years, right? So 9 years plus 5 years, you're talking about 14 years. We have this time of supply with no cost, and that's a lot. But 5 years, so that once we have the approval, so that the system, the health system can incorporate the medication, is more than enough. So the reasonable time. I got news from Netan about new protocols that are going to be discussed by CONITAC, and that's the space we have for improvement. I totally agree with what Lae said of creating a mechanism so that for rare disease, create a mechanism where rare disease are not part of the regulation for this undetermined level of supply in terms of time. That's going to benefit the patient. Even if you have a beneficial legislation for the patient who's been through trial, but we cannot be competitive to attract new studies. 5 years is enough time, and it can bring us this balance. It's attractive, but at the same time, we're preserving the rights of the patient. So basically, answering your question, we had a very good improvement in terms of clinical trials and these mechanisms where rare disease have a lead time to supply after trial, the post-trial supply time. So that 5 years, the public health system can assess whether they're going to incorporate this medication or treatment. If they're going to have real life data, and that's important. So I think that's the way to go. Thank you, Dr. Roberto. regardless of the new video, finding this exception to the new law for this group of patients very interesting. Now I'm going to invite Fernando to answer a question as a professor and someone who studies this access issue. Dialogue with innovative experiences abroad. What have you find that draw your attention? Thank you, Vanessa, for the invitation to be here. On behalf of Tanya, Ariadne, it's always good to be able to share ideas and listen to so many interesting opinions and go deeper into a specific topic, which is access to rare disease. Well, what I've been doing, I have a research group with international players, and we are creating this international network for what we are calling the pharmaceutical social innovation. And that talks with two other issues that were brought to the table that are interconnected, but they shouldn't be. One is the interest of the industry to innovate and make money, profit. And the other thing is the interest of patients to have access to medication. And the other thing is the willingness for the government to incorporate, especially in a country like Brazil that offers this complete and full service health service to the patients. I mean, it's whether you're going to have this treatment in the public or private health network. And what we're trying to do is a balance, a better balance when you talk about different interests. And the goal is the public interest, social, where all parts should give in terms of their gold standard of interest, so we can compose the access by different parts. So we have someone need to give there, actually everybody. So we have found many pharmaceutical innovation with very different experiences that were successful, like risk sharing, partnerships with productive development, regulatory paths. We've mentioned a couple of them, one from Anvisa, one from GONAP, and how we've identified other alternative paths for the regulation. We have clinical trials, and that's going to be crucial to follow up more closely. When we discussed in my research group, and we have at least 30 mentions of the regulation that should be more detailed by the Ministry of Health, I guess. I don't know who is going to be in charge.
Mas a inovação social farmacêutica, ela
But
deve...
social pharmaceutical innovation should go after this interest. When we talk about access after 5 years, what are the responsibilities that the industry should have in terms of registration and records in the market? There are a couple of things that you need to think about. Pricing, from my point of view, is incomprehensible, not only to me, for those who studied in France, Netherlands, Canada, US. I mean, the price that these medications get into the market are completely out of the blue. I don't know if they are considering all that we've talked about, if they anticipate when they do their pricings, all the costs they're going to have later on with clinical trials. I don't know if that's that's how they do the pricing, but Brazil decided to do the pricing when you register the medication. And of course, that scares the industry to register their product in Brazil to avoid running the price risk. When you talk about social innovation, we think of other issues. Maybe, actually, for example, the use of TRIPS flexibility, like products that are efficient, so that expanding the Brazilian industrial capacity for drug production on both realms, public and private. We have the Brazilian Development Bank bringing innovations on this sense, try to rescue what you have from 199 from 2019, the law that was passed in 2019. And this this law brings us good starting points, and that's one of the aspects that I have in mind. Thinking about innovation with a social view and partnership with the civil society, industry, and government that are crucial for a balance of risks, whether financial risks or future risks they're gonna incur in the future, or sharing the interest for health and patients' well-being. Then I think that's the common interests that bring all these parts together. So this network is being created. We are mapping different alternatives. We're going to have another meeting in the Netherlands and soon, and we expect to change the paradigms that move the pharmaceutical industry. And the idea is to look more creatively in the new drugs developed for these different diseases. So it would be very interesting to learn from international experiences. And just to end our roundtable, I have a question to Alexandre. Alexandre, you're the last one, but you're not less important than anyone here. He's scared that I'm gonna make a tricky question. We have a supplementary health system that we have the so-called operators, and you have the beneficiaries in supplementary health. And we know the challenge for the supplementary care system to incorporate technologies. Can you tell us how ANS has been getting ready for challenges related to new health technologies? Thank you, Vanessa, for the question. It's an honor to sit on such an event, such a round table. And we are representing here the National Health System. We are responsible for the list of procedures that all and protocols that all health providers should be in charge of. So we are in charge of this list. So we assess technology in health. We are honored to say that today we assess technology and health throughout 6 months, what was determined by law from a continuous point of view. So very few agencies in the world do that. And we still have to bear in mind that we need to have a continuous follow-up, and other countries, as we can see, they can prioritize some of these issues, but that's a lot of challenging for us from a regulatory agency point of view. In 2 years, to give you an idea, we assessed 77 new technologies to be incorporated in our list. We managed to incorporate 47 and 12 already being assessed. So the challenge that we are facing lately is that 20 years ago, the challenge of incorporation of technologies in a list of procedures approved was like MRI or non-complex surgery. And now 70% are related to oncology. And more, we have a niche that if you take into account the definition of rare disease from 65 per every 100,000, we have different technologies that may fit these figures. So we have a small amount but we have a high economic impact. So we do need to do this assessment using the tool, which is a technology and health assessment that actually takes into account two important points: security and efficiency for the patient. We've discussed that already, and the assessment of economic and budget forecast. So we have access to all this technology. It's open for all of you. This process goes through public hearing, public consultation, a committee called ProSaúde. It's debated among all agents, and the sector can make a position and discuss. And ANS, finally, we bring the final opinion whether the technology was favorable or not. If it's not favorable, not positive, there is the possibility of bringing again the technology to the agency, and we can assess the technology again. So recently, we published a panel of these lists. There, we are going to have an idea of how many technologies are being assessed, the impact on budget, economic impact, the number of patients that are benefiting from this technology. Everything goes through our dynamic panel. Following this challenge and the assessment of these technologies, every time these technologies get more specific, and we're taking them to the discussion of rare disease, orphan disease. And we have been discussing, actually, more recently, there was a congress in Spain where we had the opportunity, a couple of members from our ANS to participate. And we understand that these two, for this specific type of situation, must be reviewed, because it wasn't created for that, not for what we can see now. So it can be reviewed from a cost-effective point of view, discussing the threshold. We need to have more memory of all the trials. We need to check the number of patients and what is behind the face of these patients. So it's different to deal with this situation. It's more difficult than to deal with a technology where the patient take the medication, then go home. We have the social component there, the social and familiar component, and they must be taken into account. And within this level of complexity, we must understand that we live in a continental country. So every time we assess these technologies, it's not because it's São Paulo or Rio. We need to think of Brazil as a whole. And following what Vanessa said, among 80, they are classified.
Up to 100,000 beneficiaries are small and medium diseases. We know that the way an operator prospers is through mutualisms. All of that is a challenge that we're open to discuss and to welcome your participation. Thank you. Thank you, Alexandre. Tony, could you, I didn't have a question for you in my script. I wasn't going to leave you without one. Could you give us your remarks on what Alexandre just said? And anything else you might want to say? I think Alexandre knows my opinion. While we don't have a radical change in the model through which we face and work with rare diseases, the public and private healthcare systems are going to suffer greatly. They will spend more and not have the response that the community expects. I think the ANS is doing what they can. the public healthcare system is doing what they can. They have the participation of patients in approving new technologies, but it's not gone very far. We need to change radically. 15 or 20 years ago, we had under half a dozen diseases with medication for them. We have about 114 or 15 at Anvisa, but for the next 5 to 10 years, we expect to have thousands of treatments available. My question is, do you know the medication that was just incorporated and approved, and whether it's being used properly, if patients are responding correctly after 6 months? Can you monitor whether it's really effective? We're talking about research with a small number of patients. Not even Anvisa knows what's happening 6 months after marketing is approved. ANS doesn't know it. The model is wrong. It's completely wrong. The people paying need to know what's going on with the medication that they approved, with the patient that they're giving that medication for. You need to know whether the response is adequate. We have a lot of instances where patients stop responding after 6 months and they still need treatment. But which doctor has the guts to stop treatment and then try to find another? Not many. And that's in the public and the private healthcare systems. Many today on ANS even, let's talk about protocols. I have a friend here who used to work at HG, which used to be a mill, and we had a meeting with Casa dos Raros on diagnosis. Let's talk about a syndrome that everyone knows, autism. It's very in right now, so to speak. A lot of people are being born with autism. What's the protocol now to diagnose it? You have to go through 3, 4, 5 different exams and then check with the sequencing. Why don't you just do that? You'd save time and money. And why don't we do that? Because the doctors in charge within insurance companies, they're using that protocol. The insurance companies are bleeding out money because they don't have the appropriate protocol. And why is that? Because if you don't have reference centers who can work properly, respond naturally without having to be contracted. I remember Mandetta wanted to hire Einstein, hire I don't know who else to monitor whether that's happening, but it don't need to do that. When you have a real reference center, that response is automatic. You need to have full access to the patient's background, the response to treatment. That needs to be natural in the public and private healthcare systems. So I do see improvements. I see great initiatives and projects, but I don't see the radical change that we need. And we all know full well in management, in science, how this is supposed to work, how we can save money. What we're doing today is not sustainable, not for the National Health Agency, not for the Ministry of Health, not for anyone. So we have to agree that we're going to change. We won't have such huge hospitals in 10 to 15 years. Hospitals like Einstein are going to be rare. We're going to have small hospitals that are going to treat groups of diseases that are going to do it much faster with targeted therapy. If today we refuse to look at the future, how are we going to engage with that change? Blood tests are something that doctors ask you all the time. In 10 years, they're going to ask you for sequencing because it's going to cost almost as much. Sorry, we're going to answer. I am going to give you an answer. Lots of people are going to want to respond to that. You do have your right of response. I teased Einstein, that's why. I am not even allowed to respond to that. We have a time challenge here. So they gave me that challenge to make this interesting discussion fit into the time for the roundtable. So I'm going to go through each of you. But in regards to challenges, we know them full well. They're very similar across the world. When we hear from international experiences, we understand that. So I want to hear from you. How can Brazil make a difference in that discussion? Starting with Thais, then you can go one at a time and you can reply to Tony, and then Tony can wrap everything up. Thais? Well, for starters, I'll try and be brief too. But I want to remind you of what I said. We need to make Brazil a protagonist. In the number of clinical trials needs to be proportional to the relevance of our population, our scientific capacity. So the contribution of the pharmaceutical industry to improve care for patients with rare diseases needs to be that. Bring in more research, collaborate with the development of healthcare systems, and accelerated now with the new law. Go ahead. Brazil has several different points that are very positive. We have unique universal healthcare system. We have different areas that are very prosper. And the difficulty is, I think, make them work in an articulate way. Like Nathan said, make all of these reference services act as a network and cover deficiencies from other sectors and add all the advantages that we have, those positive points, in a way that we can work in articulation with what is already excellent in different parts of the country. I think that's the challenge to overcome. Well, and we can do that intelligently and strategically with a multi-level network that's ethical and considering equity. We have different layers represented even here at this table, regulation, research, private, public sectors, but we're still missing a few things. Tony mentioned integrating information. The Ministry of Health is striving to have electronic patient histories, real-life data monitoring, for centers to communicate with patients, for information on research to be shared. So a network action that can be very positive, and that's how Europe works already. And that's a good experience. We can adapt it and bring it in. Well, I was thinking this morning, people were talking a lot about political will, and I'll start with that. Political will is social mobilization. It's not a group of people which are our representatives. So the first issue I'd like to raise here, looking at this audience filled to the brim with people very interested in what we're discussing. So it's about social mobilization and monitoring. We need to follow closely. We will have elections soon. We have to request at a local level. We need to ask that from the plan of action. We need to require commitment. It's not enough to make demands on the federal government if the people at a local level are not interested. So we have that opportunity soon, and we need to vote and then follow and demand. I agree with Thais that we need legal security. We need to make sure that participants in research are respected and cared for. We were able to attain a safety net for them through a lot of struggle, because there was a time when people wanted to destroy CEP and Connect and copy the American model, which, sure, it's fast, but you've seen the reports on the media. It's very serious, and it's not something that we want for us. And to respond to what Nathan said, making a network is a proficient way to respond to challenges, but we need a centrality. Someone needs to take care of the whole. Someone needs to look at these demands from different layers and different points and set a goal. And there is something else that we haven't seen today, which is an example, Data SUS, Plataforma Brasil. We have bases that we're not seeing here, that are not seen here, without which we cannot work. In 60 days, we will have the law come out, and we have a Plataforma Brasil, which is a medical data platform that I'm not going to say it doesn't work, but it works very poorly. So we need to figure out how to reconcile those two. And lastly, I think we need to be able to have a relationship with transparency between researchers, patients, participants. I think we need to establish trust bonds there. And remember that the CEP-CONEP system is here, and it is the place where we get questions, we get complaints, and we have been getting more and more complaints, which is a good thing. It means that people are recognizing us as this safety net that protects them. It's not a huge problem. A lot of our complaints can be negotiated. They're not something to fight over, but it shows that there is someone to mediate that interaction between patients and family members and sponsors and researchers. Usually, we're not litigious at all. We're able to engage in conversation and create win-win situations. I want us to continue valuing this moment and take it outside. Thank you. Well, from the Anvisa standpoint, I also want to work on those two main points that were addressed here, which are monitoring after registration and research. Those are two things that we work with there. And I do want to hope that the law that's going to come out, for me, it's a legislation of procedures that were already in place. And when you talk about research, especially in rare diseases, we need innovation. And that law is not innovative at all. A law that encourages clinical trials in this country is one that encourages investment in scientific research, basic research. That relationship between the public and private sectors should have been solved. One law that gets ethical and regulatory procedures and makes it a law. I mean, of course, it's positive, but it's not new. The periods are not going to change. We're at an average at 115. The law says 120. We could even take longer. I'm saying this here because we're in a forum of something very important, and she said something very important. You, here representing patients, are a force for the future. This needs to go on. This law isn't going to solve your lives. Your mobilization, your organization is so that we can have investment and phase 3 developments internationally, but start research here as well. And one more point that I can't leave without saying for you, patients. When we have research, usually the research is divided into phases 1, 2, and 3. Advanced therapies and rare therapies can be combined, but it's basically that. Phase 1 research and phase 2 research are meant to assess safety. Most of our advanced therapy research in Brazil is to assess safety. Of course, we have an element of effectiveness because we're treating patients. You're not going to do phase 1 and 2 with a healthy individual, right? But it's really important that you know, because it's not just in Brazil. In Europe and the US, and this is the same. 5% of everything that comes into that research funnel gets approved ever. 5%. So we have to handle that carefully. We need to do it safely. We need to have professionals who understand research here. We're talking about that with the health ministry a lot because it is our role. We need to handle research protocols, and it's really deficitary because sometimes we take long to approve things because we don't have the resources, if we approve it, to keep the research going. It's absurd. We do need researchers who understand clinical trials. I cannot leave this room without saying that because otherwise we won't do what we came here to do, which is promote change. We want research in Brazil. Something else too, and Anvisa has a point about that, especially with advanced therapies. We have about 42 advanced therapy trials, and we have developed a movement to do regulatory counseling. We realized over time that perhaps there was a struggle both in the multinational and national industry is lack of regulatory knowledge. In the US and Europe, the industry, universities discuss regulations in their education. Their development startups know what to do. They know that they have to develop a preclinical phase, a controlled clinical phase. And in Brazil, it's not like that. Researchers do research to do papers so they can publish on Science and Nature, not to develop products. And that makes it difficult to develop things that reach patients. So we have created something at Anvisa called regulatory counseling. We can't do it for everyone, so for now we're prioritizing products that are coming to the public healthcare system. But it was really fantastic. We recently had an advanced therapy product developed by Butantan and the Ribeirão Preto Institute. And we developed it alongside them. They have a clinical trial that was organized, that was controlled, and we're going to reach very important results very soon. So just a reminder, it's about education and clinical research. And just to wrap up, I want to address one last thing that Tony raised, which is monitoring after registration, meaning that after we register a medication, we need to continue to monitor it. And we have different approaches to that. A lot of rare disease treatments require that specifically because they're new medication, they're very innovative treatments. And those companies that are launching medication need to send reports to us yearly with risk reports, effectiveness reports, and we are going to make all of that public. That's something you don't know yet. By the end of the year, the idea is that we have all of the yearly reports. So the first year of that was 2020, so we have 4 years worth of reports for some of those. But what matters that you know is that once medication is approved, they need to be monitored by the company. Some medical associations have become organized to monitor that too. Committees for lymphoma, myeloma have developed their own monitoring paradigms, and we are developing our own as well. So that's important that you know. We need to regulate at every level, and we need to do that by innovating, because otherwise we can't regulate innovative products. I'm sorry, people are asking me about the time, so please stick to your time so we can finish the round. Okay, I'll try to be brief then. I think as a final message, of course, good access to treatment by the rare is about valuing the universal healthcare system. The SUS is our biggest asset. It makes sure most of the diagnostic and treatment takes place. And for us, we need financing. We're going through a period where, because of fiscal adjustments, there is a debate about the flexibilization of a constitutional minimum for financing health. That cannot happen. SUS has been underfunded since its inception, and of course, that's going to impact access to rare disease medication. So the constitutional minimum became a maximum, and now they want to remove even that. So we need to review that. We need to revise it. Another crucial point is research, especially national research with our richness, with our healthcare system. Now, with the digitization of that, we're going to have a huge database to use real life data, and with data suit, it needs to be regulated, but it is a gold mine for our researchers. But just as our public healthcare system is underfunded, our national research is also underfunded. In São Paulo, we're once again reviewing the basic financing of FAPESP, which regulates and fosters research at a graduate level. What I have taught in medical school, in public health schools, is something that you need to teach from the very beginning of their education, the existence of rare diseases and the existence of those innovations, which recently have changed very drastically. How you used to get a diagnosis, and how you do it now is completely different. And doctors are not ready for this brave new world. And not just public policy, but support policies, where I think I'm very happy that Nathan is fronting those efforts. I know the quality of his work, but it is a huge challenge. And like I said, policy created by 199 10 years ago that didn't say what it was for. That network has been established on paper 10 years ago. A lot of what needs to be done is there. You don't need to innovate that much, but for regulatory policy, you do. Those 36 regulations that the ministry needs to hand to clinical trial are going to be strategic. The regulatory policy at registration, and we need to think that, do we keep pricing for rare disease medication or not? And in regards to Tony, I remember the first time we ever spoke, we spoke about that. The technological advancement model from the public healthcare system is no good for rare diseases. We need to adapt the cost of what's spent on those patients and what's spent on technology, and it needs to be a different type of calculation. You said you were kind of teasing me. That's all right. We have discussed that in person a couple of different times now, and I agree. We need to seek outcome. I have been discussing with health insurance companies, always for the benefit of our patients. As a regulatory agency, we only have access to operators and not providers. And I do not have access to the CID, the disease code. I am forbidden from doing that. So trying to go after outcome without a disease code is very difficult, and we're battling alongside the CRM to do that. So through that metaphor, I think we're going to open a bunch of sarcophagus. We're going to see the best hospitals, the best laboratories, the best doctor, the best pharmaceutical company, the best medication. And from that, we need to do something with that information. That's a debate for another day, but I do agree that we need to rediscover all that to chase after outcome. It is a part of the approval system that we have in place to receive new methodologies, new processes, for us to be able to assess within our existing system, even the ideas that you had in what pertains to rare diseases. And we've been working as part of discussions with international agencies to create methodologies to specifically assess rare diseases. Thank you once again for the invitation.
Wow, I knew Brazil was really on the path to make all those change and innovation, but today for me it's really enlightening to hear all. I just would like to remind that 95% of rare disease do not have treatment. So only 5% have, and actually Brazil is really addressing the full scope of access. By what I heard from the need for research and all the change that you're trying to have in those laws, you're really addressing the full scope of access. So really congratulations for that. I would like to say that I had the chance in my position to hear from members all over the world. So from Asia Pacific to Brazil, I hear the same somehow challenge, obviously different, but still the same. I hear a lot of solutions. I would like to say that the rare disease community is really at a stage of create a paradigm shift. It's a big term, paradigm shift. But we are at that stage. And if we continue driving the solution, because it's really come from the community, this is the specificity of the rare disease community. The community drive the change, show what they need. And if we continue like this, if we bring the political will, not only in Brazil, but everywhere, we will really create that paradigm shift, and then we will go for solutions that are sustainable, that create a systematic change, because this is what we need, and we have many elements there. That's why RDI is calling now for a World Health Assembly resolution that will address all the issues that we heard today, the research, the need for innovation and science, the access issue, access to treatment, but also access to care, and how we need to continue, also health financing, obviously. And so we really believe that Brazil can play a role. I reiterate my call here that I mentioned at the beginning. Brazil always played a role at global health level. Remember the HIV crisis, the generic medicines, etc. This happened in Brazil. Again, universal health coverage in Brazil. Brazil leading the example at the global health level. So this will take place from now to end of, I would say, September. We have a unique opportunity to ask the World Health Organization to develop a global action plan on rare diseases, where we will address all that. And not only we will address, but we will bring some innovative model. So what's happening now in Brazil, you could share those examples and best practice. And then the World Health Organization, with all the member states that will be involved in that, will have to think about those solutions. So this is my call today. Again, I really thank you, Tony. Thank you, Casanta, for doing this amazing event. It really gave me such an inspiration for what is possible.
Obrigada. Bom, e antes de passar para o Tony encerrar,
Well, before passing the floor to Tony, I'd like to apologize because of the time we cannot answer questions from the audience. I'd like to thank Tony, Hunter, and the opportunity to moderate this discussion. I'll pass the floor to Tony so he can close this roundtable. Thank you, Vanessa, for your moderation. I'd like to thank each one of you, because here we have a fantastic team to build together the best model ever for Brazil, and also together with the audience here. 10 years ago when we spoke, Fernando, maybe we had some ideas, but today we don't have ideas. We know how to do it. We need willingness. We need the political power and the engagement of every one of us. We cannot do anything alone. I'm not going to get into details. Just an example that I want to give them the importance of research in rare and ultra rare disease. The publication that was released last year. There's a Value in Health journal that proved that the research that we brought to Brazil, because we managed to bring a new technology. There are other technologies in Brazil. Some patients migrate from what is commercial, what is being done by the Ministry of Health. Just in this trial for rare disease and ultra rare disease, 65 million savings for the Ministry of Health. One single rare disease trial. So not only these sort of research that open opportunities for patients when it works and you bring phase 2 and 3. My son is alive today. He's 15 because of a clinical trial that I brought from Japan. Research has I mean, an impact that is unbelievable. So thank you so much. We still have two very interesting roundtables. Thank you for your audience. Thank you so much. I'd like to invite you all to come to the front of the stage so we can take our official picture on the second roundtable.
Olha, olhando lá no fundo, por favor, todos
Now,
mais à frente.
If you look, okay, the two photographers are getting ready.
Maravilha, temos? Muitíssimo
Great.
obrigada a todos os
Thank you
presentes.
so much. Thank you for all of you here today. It's also a surprise to the power that arises from bringing together people committed to change. I'd like to thank you all for your presence. Once more, one other roundtable to be a milestone in the scenario of rare disease in Brazil. I invite you to scan the QR code to access the roundtable, the one that we just finished. The process is very important. The process is very easy, so you just connect to use this QR code to vote, and with that, we'll be able to bring important and unbelievable things to you next year. So now we are getting ready for the third roundtable of the day. We have roundtable 3 and 4, and the rare disease scenario. You have one more special roundtable. What are the challenges of advanced therapies at the Brazilian public health system? We brought a very heterogeneous and expert group. I'd like to remind our host, Tony, that he's going to be here with us in this table again. So you're going to have to work a little bit more. An applause. You're going to have Santuza Santana from IDNA's Health. He's going to moderate this roundtable. Dr. Carlos Eugênio Fernandes, Technical Assistant of Rare Disease at the Secretary of Health for Rare Disease in São Paulo. He's the coordinator for rare disease. Dr. Carmela Greenberg, the coordinator of national policy for people with rare disease. Ms. Lauda Santos, the Vice President of Brazilian Association of Rare Disease, Febra Raras. Huge applause, round of applause for you. I don't know that you can hear it from home, but people stood up to applaud. Dr. Leonardo Bia, the head of governmental affairs from Roche. Okay, an applause, just like the last one to everyone. Dr. Luis Enrique Mandetta, Minister of Health 2019 and 2020, and a member of companies in Leva and Aliança Saúde. Mr. Márcio Reis, Director of Access to Market at Pfizer. Mr. Mauro Junqueira, the Executive Secretary of Municipal Secretary, Municipal Secretary, Health Secretariat Association, Coordinator of Rare Disease on the Ministry of Health. Mr. Renato Porto, the President of the Pharmaceutical Research Interpharma. Mr. Wilson Folhador, the President of the Brazilian chapter of Pharmacoeconomics and Research.
Sejam todos muitíssimo bem-vindos.
Welcome, everyone. Please make yourself at home. Ms. Santuza Santana, you have the floor. Thank you, Camila. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's start our third roundtable, and we're going to talk a little bit about one of the greatest challenges that we have today with the post-incorporation. So before we start talking to all of our experts, we are going to watch a video from Duhani. She's from Canada. Last year she was here. We're going to see the Canada model. Then we're going to be back and discuss with our experts here.
In Canada, access to rare disease drugs is somewhat complicated because we do have two drug systems. We have private insurance, we have public insurance. We also have a fairly complicated system in that there are many stages to the negotiation, so that, like many countries, it is the federal government, the regulator, who approves the drug to be safe, to be effective. We also have a health technology assessment, which looks at how well does the drug work compared to current drugs. It looks at for whom the drug should be prescribed, and it also begins the process of what is the cost per quality, the cost effectiveness ratio for that drug. It then goes to another complicated process of price negotiations, and we, like many countries, have separate jurisdictions at a local or state level, and this is the level at which the decision is made as to who gets access to the drugs. And unfortunately, across Canada, it means that even when we negotiate the price, and there's one price for the drug, it may still be up to the individual states as to whether or not they're going to make it available to the residents of that state. So in Canada, honestly, for about the last 12 to 15 years, we have been fighting for equal access across the country. Because under the current system, some provinces, some states make the drugs available, some do not. Some make it available immediately to everybody. Some make it available on a delayed basis and maybe only to some portions of that patient population. So about 5 years ago, we got agreement from the federal government that they would put in a federal national rare disease drug strategy. And a year and a half ago, they allocated 1.5 billion Canadian dollars to implement this strategy. And the goal with this strategy is to provide supplemental funding and to work out agreements with each of the local, the state governments to allow them to come to an equal level of access for all of our patients across these drugs. So this is something we're still working on. We're actually quite excited about the opportunities that this provides because it is a very slow process, but most importantly, it's an uneven process where only some patients can get quick and full access to drugs and others are really delayed or may have no access to these very, very important rare disease drugs.
Bem, a gente viu aqui um pouco, ela falando um pouco do Canadá e de algumas semelhanças, né? Vamos falar assim, em relação ao Brasil, trabalhando principalmente a
Talk
questão
about Canada and some uh, similarities with Brazil. Here we have municipalities and federal government, and we have professionals and experts that work in this area. Just to start, I'd like to ask Nathan and then Mauro Junqueira and Minister Mandetta, thinking about the discussion of a federal resource to work with the rare disease issue. I'd like to know your opinion, your experience, if it's possible to be done today within this context. Talking about the tripartite, I mean, the municipality, state, and federal realms. What is still missing? What can we do to be able to implement and have a more specific budget outcome for centers and everything? I've been working like Tony here. Okay. I'm going to start what Fernanda said. I mean, we still have a problem with finances for SUS. And we still have some resources. We still miss resources, but we also need to learn how to manage these resources because we have a huge effort from the government, the federal government and the Ministry of Health to be able to do it timely. But there are some bureaucratic steps that we need to take. We need to do the public budget, and that's not something easy. It's for the whole country. So I am saying that, okay, it's a good proposal to look after different sources of finances to service, to work with rare disease. But not only for rare disease, we have similar scenario for oncology and other conditions where we start to have development of different sorts of therapies. We have advanced therapy, but when you think about technology, like molecular biology applied to specific treatment and involves cells, tissues, molecules, this treatment needs to get to the patient, and that's not easy. It's not a production cycle, and that's not easy. When you talk about advanced therapy, we have a different phase to that. We have social costs, we have different sources of costs. But yeah, your question was very important. Yes, I agree that it's important to have a co-financing to help attend people with rare disease, as long as we are not going to create more burden to the Ministry of Health. I mean, we have some Congress in the parliamentary initiatives where they try to bring resources from, I don't know, gambling and other circumstances. It may be beneficial, it can bring gains, but today the Ministry of Health, in terms of budget, is not much. We need to find some addition to the budget that we already have, Dr. Mauro. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank Tony for the invitation to be here to represent CONASEMIS, which is the Council of Secretariats of Health in different municipalities. Thank you to be here. Thank you. I'd like to congratulate and greet our former minister. The challenge that we have are choices. We need to make better choices. Brazil is the 5th largest economy in the world. What are our choices? Do we need more laws? No, you want to enforce the law. That's different. We don't enforce the Constitution in Article 169, which is the article where it it talks about the right to health, but we have two different policies, economic and social policies. Today we choose whether to have social policies, which is urban mobility that allows the citizen to come and go, and we don't enforce it. It doesn't have anything to do with us. Yes, it does, because we don't have quality subways and buses that allow our citizens to come and go. They are buying motorcycles, and motorcycles are in our emergency rooms, trauma rooms, and we provide tax exemption to manufacture motorcycles. It's a choice, just like we choose uh, to provide tax exemption to those citizens who pay their health their health insurance, so they don't need to go to the public health system. Everything is part of the Article 196 that guarantee the right to health. Our choice not to charge universities a good training in terms of health is leading our professionals to go to the front with low quality. So they are not able to do the diagnosis, and that will delay treatment. Make better choices. I think that's the most important thing. We have a chronic lack of finance. 35 years, the federal government transferred 1.5% of the GDP to our health ministry. In 35 years of the municipalities, they started with 0.8, now they have 1.3. But our municipalities, we have 18% of everything that is received, that is paid in taxes. So we need to improve, to have this federation pact and guarantee to enforce the Constitution. And you're talking about the criteria for dividing the pie. So we have to give more resources where they need the most, where do you have a capacity to respond to an increasing budget. So we need to face all these issues in this country so we can advance and attend everyone. And that's what we have in our constitution. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Antoine, for the invitation. I'd like to greet Federal Congresswoman Rosângela Moura. She's always working on the agenda of this disease, especially incorporating technologies at the public health system. We all have our histories in the public health. Mine was kind of public during the history of public health in the world during COVID. For more than 3 years, I was there. I said, I'm going to think, I'm going to read, I'm going to try to make up my mind. I think this pandemic really moved the humanity. I thought that we have a different world after the pandemic. This is the first event I attend after the pandemic, and I came because of the agenda, because I realized how much more we need to mobilize the society around a topic that in the beginning people see rare disease as cost, as an expense. When I was in the Ministry of Health, the problem was that's an expense, that's a cost. A health plan say, okay, oh, God forbid, if I have a judicial claim for me to have an expense. And we're not talking about expenses. We're talking about investment. And if there's investment, there's return. If there's return, I have return in new technologies, life expectation, the possibility, and not abandoning patients. 21st century is going to be a fantastic century to live. It'll be fantastic. You're opening, actually, you opened the 21st century, and the genome was announced. For the first time, we deciphered the human genetic code. When I was at the university, thought that that was science fiction, but then we managed to do it and researched for many years where uh, we did a mapping for 10 years, supercomputers, so on and so forth. In 2013, we got CRISPR. And remember this name, because that's going to make the huge revolution. People are talking about genetic therapy. To say that someone needs to have 2 or more years, I mean, put more barriers to a father or a mother of a kid with a rare disease, where the only opportunity could be, because time is ticking. Time is ticking. It's impossible. It's not compatible. We've launched, and I'm talking about my post PhD. We started this being Raza. It was the first risk challenge. I invited Denis Arviana, who came from the same university as me, and he was already thinking about incorporation when we were in school. And I asked Denizar, help me out. For the first time, we did a risk sharing with Spin Raza, and we've discussed this issue today to find at least one place where this kid could have a reference. Think that Brazil is São Paulo, Brazil is Faria Lima. The other day, they asked me to debate whether we needed or not to have the label. Do you know the state of Acre? Do you know Pantanal? Do you know that the city of Siridó in Jequitinhonha? But we are going to have access to the database. We're going to use a QR code. You know what digital inclusion is? You know how many people has a sort of cell phone that you spend hours playing the candy game? We have a fantastic century ahead of us. CRISPR provides us the first genetic medication for the spinal atrophy, but it was very expensive. But when they asked Novartis, who paid $98 billion to have the researcher who created this medication, how they priced $1,800,000. How many times you hospitalize a person with this disease? What is the cost of respiratory failure? The mother who cannot work, how much? They precify life. At that time, we started a movement called Fair Price. Tell me how much you paid for that. We get a huge margin, and you're going to reach the price. But that's not we can see. That's our hope. The second genetic therapy was for hemophilia, $3,400,000. That was the price. Either we face this issue. How do we do that? We have to cross the road and get into the Congress. That's where we get budget. Budget is decided there. We cannot be, or you cannot not be there. You must be there. That's the primary role of the parliament. All this anguish that we have been discussing, are we going to have the money? Are we going to have a safe vest? Well, we must have a solution for diabetes type 1, for so many other situations. We have more than 580. I'm not working with the public service anymore, but I'm here to help from the private sector. I want the Brazilian private sector to have access to this CRISPR technology in Brazil and show to Americans, to the International Coordinator of Rare Disease, that this is a technology that can be done at a better price, And we have to bring down this price all over the world. And that's when you're going to be proud to be Brazilians. The way it is, we are watching the revolution be done. The round table before, they were there because they know we have PhDs, professors in visa, medicine. Artificial intelligence is going to end all that. Meta-analysis of artificial intelligence is going to be by anyone at Anvisa, and it's going to be extremely undependent. We're not going to be dependable anymore. You have to take care of your mental health and don't keep pushing the parliament and the congressman, the state governor, the president, the pope, that we live in a situation where we need priorities, and this situation needs to be treated as a priority. Thank you for inviting me, Tony. Well, it's actually a subject that we can discuss the whole afternoon. But now, going to the other side now.
Já pensando que tem
Now
recursos.
thinking that there are resources. When we talk about incorporating technology, the commission, what we call CONITEC, the Commission to Incorporate Technologies, when you go through the whole process of analysis, the medication is going to be available after 180 days after published. I want to talk to Lara from Raras, who's the president of the association, Mavi Raras in Brasilia. How is it going in the after incorporation? How are patients doing? What are the demands that they have? What the non-availability have impact, and what can we do to be able to see that the 180 days are met? Thank you, Tony. I'm here representing 80 associations, Raras, and maybe more, right, Tony? We have a growing number of institutions of members.
So Raras has been following since its founding in 2019 the advances in approving medication for rare patients. We have seen a significant increase in the number of approved medication, which represents an improvement for the lives of rare patients. We have seen shorter periods for decision making, which also means patients have quicker access to new technologies and new treatments. A wider participation of civil society, and there I include Raras and associations, which whenever there is public consultation, we all have active participation. But I also would like to highlight the challenges. The incorporation criteria for new medication in the public healthcare system means that not all medications that could benefit patients are incorporated. We have recent examples of that. The lack of transparency in processes of some stages of incorporation, which makes it more difficult to monitor by the civil society. Not everyone, when we contribute, I cannot contribute as an individual, I cannot contribute as a company, although being manager of an institution. I think we see a lot of budget deficits for the public healthcare system. We need to make sure that it is funded and that people have access to treatment. Raras holds that discussion a lot, and I'm just going to bring some of it back. We need to review the criteria of approval for medication at the public health care system and the cost effectiveness of medication. It is crucial to increase transparency in incorporation processes, which allows civil society to monitor every stage and have the opportunity to manifest. We need to see creative budget strategies to make sure people have universal access to rare disease treatments. That could include partnerships with the pharmaceutical industry, access to philanthropic resources, and existing projects. I also want to remember, sorry, I got lost here. The success case that illustrates the challenges faced once medication is incorporated. Recently, Brazil has celebrated the inclusion of a medication for cystic fibrosis. But after that, we have identified how lengthy the process is, the absence of response when it comes to supply chains, and the differences between the PCDTs from state to state. So the list is very long, and we need to work on this possibility. Of course, having these medications incorporated for us and the patients that we assist makes a world of difference. So I want to thank you immensely as a member of the third sector, not an industry, not a health manager, but just as a person, as a mother, and as a representative of many of the rare patients that are here with us from Brasilia. There's a great number of us, I'm sure. Those are the people who collapsed when you called my name because they want to make sure that they're following on this scenario. Okay, you brought the cystic fibrosis case, which is the most recent one. It's one of the diseases with the largest number of identified patients in Brazil. But in addition to the issue of post-incorporation, we have the issue of treatment for ALS. We have other treatments as well that we are struggling to advance on and to seek ways to make sure that treatment gets to patients. With that in mind, and I'll give the floor back to you, but I want to talk to Dr. Carmela considering the state. There is an expectation of incorporation. Many states participate in public consultation and influence professionals. And when it is incorporated in terms of research, we have the group which is 1A, which is acquisition, financing from the Ministry of Health, and then availability for states to distribute. What's the impact when medication isn't made available after 180 days? It is a great challenge. I think someone said at some point, forgive me if I'm misremembering it, but someone said that the state secretariats, they don't do the guidelines, but what they do is effective action. Ensuring access is one of our missions. What we did at the Health State Secretariat is doing a nucleus of intelligentsia. So when I say that we have a nucleus that is transversal at the Secretariat of Health, it's because it allows me to coordinate neonatal testing and the National Policy for Rare Diseases in the state of São Paulo. For that, I have an arm within the coordination of pharmaceutical assistance, one arm inside regulation of vacancies in the state, and São Paulo has a regionalizing policy, and I have an arm inside judicialization. That allows us to understand what the impact is of one governmental instance not meeting the requirements that we are aware of every day. We have ethical, moral, and legal demands. I am a pediatrician, but I've never studied and understood legislation so intensely, especially where it pertains to the public healthcare system, because that's a requirement in my area. The first question my manager asks me is, how much is it? Anything, any step you take, how much does it cost? So, believe it or not, I had to go back to studying statistics and mathematics, which is funny because I am a doctor. Let's say that again. I sucked at mathematics. I chose medicine because I loved biology, and that's where I found myself as a person. But now I have to do math every day. How much is this for judicializing? How much is this when the Ministry of Health does not deliver the medication and then judicialization goes wild? I've been a graduate for 44 years. I forgot my audio description. I am 66 years old, 44 years a doctor, and I've always worked with rare diseases. And it's not just young adults, teenagers, and children. We're working with rare diseases after 65. I mean, people say if you're that age, you're elderly. I don't consider myself that. I want to take care of my patients, regardless of them being 0 or 120 years old. What happens when you don't meet the section? Because you need to understand 40% of rare diseases are what we call gene syndromes, malformations, which you can diagnose after birth immediately. That we're working on the São Paulo SUS chart to increase the covered cost of corrective procedures. Because if we don't increase that, we've talked about our procedure payment gap in SUS. You mentioned cystic fibrosis. Do you know how much it is? I suck at this because since I am obsessed, I study this every day. I know the price of everything. I might not know the price of bread at the supermarket, but if you ask me, it's 58 reais. Do you know how long a cystic fibrosis person is in hospital? And all of the materials that we have to cover, laboratory exams, imaging exams, antibiotics, and all of that is 58 reais. Do you know what I was able to get? 158. Do you know? Do you think I'm happy with that? Of course I'm not. So when we have government instances not fulfilling their role, we have a policy which is a guideline. And I'll tell you what happened over the past 14 years. At least for that, my manager sat me down on a chair because up to 14 years ago, because I'm including neonatal testing, I have a separate mechanism for that, but we hear our voices at those tables. We didn't used to do that. And it's true, Tony. Most people, at least managers, because it's costly and it bothers them, and they have to know what a rare disease is. So the question is always, is this a rare disease? Is it not? How much does it cost? And I always say that the question is not that. It's how much do we have to invest to spend less? Increasing number of commitments, intensive therapy, network, all of that has to go into a spreadsheet. and the spreadsheet needs to be an A4 piece of paper because their tolerance for complex maths is very, very low. I'm like, oh, there is a different algorithm. This is different type of maths. And if I don't explain everything, they're like, oh, this is so complicated, Carmela. It's expensive, it's rare, it's complex. They don't want to do it. And if it's approved at Anvisa, CONEP, the ministry bought it. My mission is to get patients to access that medication. And that's that. In addition to making an offer, there are two important aspects that everyone needs to know about biomedication. I agree with you. We are going through a revolution, a therapeutic revolution. Pharmacy as a science is revolutionizing. We are talking about cure for things that we've never spoken about cure before. There is hope. There is a new proposal. No one's saying we have it. No one's saying it's 100%. No one's saying everyone will get to it. I'm sorry, we're not there yet. But it is a way of thinking. It is a possibility. So when we talk about government instances, definitely, and I'm sorry, Nathan, I'll repeat what you said because now I am part of the technical committee for rare diseases. The onus is on states and cities, municipalities. This relationship with the national government needs to be pacified. Patients are at home where they live, and they're not just there waiting, there are other aspects that intersectionalize with that. They have therapy, they have inclusion, they have their day-to-day lives. You can't solve that in one instance, but they will go to the closest option. They'll go to the basic healthcare unit, they'll go to the inpatient unit, complaining that they're in pain, that they vomited, that they couldn't sleep. Mom hasn't slept for 24, 72 hours, and she has to carry her son everywhere. And it's really nice when you carry a 7-month-old in your arms. Carrying a 17-year-old weighs differently and it pains you differently, knowing that there is no future and that whatever future that is depends on her effort to practically beg for assistance. If you work with rare diseases, I mean, I have to thank you for this, Tony. This is more than sharing knowledge. This is an act of resistance. This is resistance. It is not just begging and begging again. This is an act of resistance. This movement, like the president of one of the NGOs, she met me at a different event back in my town. And she said, well, we've been fighting for this for 150 years. I said, fine, we've been struggling for 150 years. And this struggle in an event like this says we are here. Thank you, Dr. Carmela. And I will use that final sentence to talk about Dr. Carlos Eugenio and think of the municipality and what the impact is of not offering the struggle to establish roles and make them be fulfilled in relation to rare diseases. And in the case of São Paulo, we have tourism, healthcare tourism, let's call it that. A lot of people come here, 40%. How do we solve that? Okay. Hello, everyone. I always forgot to do my audio description, but I made a note. I am a 1 meter 77 centimeters man I am white. I am bald, but I am wearing a hat, which is very rare here with our audience. I have a gray blazer on, a gray shirt, and blue jeans. When we talk about the São Paulo municipality, you often see the World Trade Center. You look at this, you look at Faria Lima, where people invest. And I recently learned a term I didn't know before, which is merger and acquisitions, which I had no idea before. Like people trade $1 million there, 1 million reais here, like it's the easiest thing ever. Is São Paulo that? Sure. But there's also Miss Luizinha who lives in a co-op, low cost neighborhood, and she has to climb stairs and go back down to get her diapers. João was a nurse technician. He was going to work at a hospital riding his motorbike. He came into the eastern road of São Paulo. One lady was in the wrong side of the road. He is now tetraplegic and he's stuck at home. It is Joaquim. He is 14. He was helping his dad build an apartment, small apartment in his region. The elevator fell, hit his head, tetraplegic as well. So these are challenges that the municipality has to address. We have to consider both sides. We talk about huge incorporations, Inspirasa, Evelides for Duchenne dystrophy, but when we did neonatal testing, one of the diseases is galactogene. It's not incorporated yet, and the medication is 400 reais. I know we're going to have a lot of movements to include the formula, but it was supposed to have been included 10 years ago. 400 reais for us here is fine, but for Marianinha, who lives in a community and she really needs it, it's impossible. The public healthcare system needs to offer that, and there are no associations who handle that. So, of course, we have to think of incorporations. We have to think of mergers. We need to think of Dispraza. We have to think of them all. And rare diseases with no treatment. Rare diseases cannot become famous because they've incorporated treatment for that. It was a disease that was more or less ignored, and then it became, no, all rare diseases with and without treatment need to get treatment or at least attention in the public healthcare system. We know the challenges that the state secretariat has, that the Ministry of Health has, but the municipality cannot waiver your responsibilities. We have a series of municipal projects and bills with the help of a lot of people I should thank. If it weren't for advocacy and social control, I wouldn't be able to say what I'm about to say. So now the municipality has actually invested since 2020 about 40 million in public policy related to rare diseases. So actually, there was a movement from social organizations, and we created the Law 7083. We created, established a network with rare disease patients in different locations of the municipality. Many of them don't have their own expertise, but they learn with daily routines. And we were able to raise awareness with an online event. Carmela was part of it too. People complimented her a lot for her didactics. on the side of managers. And now it is a course that you can take. Any professional in the public healthcare system can get access to that course. When you think of a healthcare professional, and I mentioned the cases that I did, they're not fictional. They're real cases. Now I'm in the technical support for rare diseases, but I was a doctor in the public healthcare system, in basic healthcare, since 2009, because of course we have managers and we have doctors who are there seeing people every day, and they have to know everything. They have to know policies. They have to take the course for HIV, rare diseases, adenomia, calciform aldemia. So our partners need goals. How will those professionals participate in those courses, and at what point, in what situation? So we did that sensibilization. We expanded neonatal testing. We have expanded it for 50 diseases for people in UCI, 27 diseases for lower risk patients. Has now a research program. Neonatal testing was done through an insurance edition with the João Clemente Institute. So we expanded the testing. We included confirmation exams, biochemical and genetic, and immunologic testing. When we talk about rare diseases, there's a huge group which are autoimmune diseases. And when we think of SIGTAP, for example, which refers to charges, we see a lot of the typical exams for those diseases and the charges for them. Immunophenotyping is still not available. So there is a whole process of getting it right, because it's like Carmela said, we're technicians here. We don't have the executive power. We don't have elected power. So with that, we need to talk to pharmaceutical industry, regulatory efforts. In the secretariat, we have our own regulatory body, which is SIGA. And then we have the DRS1 regulation, which is statewide. And we've been talking to them about a lot of different new diseases, and we try to implement new treatments. And since 2022, we have been striving to offer something that we had in João Clemente, an institute with 3 geneticists. I am a geneticist. I'm sorry to, I am going to compliment them here, Dr. Caio, Dr. Bruna, but they didn't have access to gene testing. So through that addition to the heel prick test, we were able to get the institute access to exoma, RA, MLPA, and PCR technologies. We didn't have treatment for late manifesting hereditary diseases, though. For example, Huntington diseases, which come for adults and children. Also, through the social support of institutions, Casa Hunter, Casa dos Raros, we were able to hire a geneticist for Hospital Dia, whether in Ipiranga. We hired Dr. Caio. And from a regulatory flow that is ending with implementation, we will have gene testing for those groups as well. Is it a challenge? Absolutely. For expanded testing, we really come across PCDTs for innate errors of metabolism. We have immunity innate errors, And for those, we had the PCDTs that were approved for immunoglobulins and bone marrow transplants. So our approach was to do early diagnosis that we were able to do. 5 children were able to get bone marrow transplants with the approval of the reference hospitals, which follows those children. We have within 8 hours a challenge of the PCDTs, which I know Nathan is working on, not just with galactostomy, but other intended mass diseases. Those are diseases that really require a PCDT so that materials are approved. Some of them are formulas, some of them are medications. Not many, but there are some. And we are here while the ministry tries to broaden that. We are here with the secretariat trying to get access to those formulas so that we can expand from 27 to 50 for every patient. In building the network, we also need a specialized attention, which is reference services that will welcome those patients. And those patients can be anywhere. They can follow up on that control, and those patients can have trouble very early on in the very nursery, or as soon as they leave the nursery, they have to go back. And when they go back, it looks like a sepsis. They had complicated breathing and they have to go back in the hospital, and then they can't get a diagnosis. When they do, they're close to, not being able to return on the disease. So we have to structure a whole network and do the PCDTs and prevention. We also did the donation of the land, which Mauricio Seppa did, and we hope that it will be built soon. But the negotiations with insurance, I hope, will evolve to broaden this network and make it so that these patients with a diagnosis, and the next challenge are autoimmune diseases and also lines of care. And then to answer Edna, who asked the question, we also have a website which is Rare Diseases in Basic Healthcare. You have all the information about the network. We are seeking to capacitate that network. We know we lack professionals sometimes, but you can access that. And if you can go on that network and try to accelerate that. But also via associations, I have contact with several of them, and we work very closely. And once again, I have to thank you deeply, because if it weren't for them, we wouldn't be doing everything that we've been doing. But we have those challenges. Thank you and sorry.
Só para finalizar pouco essa parte, Tony, eu queria até a sua contribuição
Just
também.
to close this part, I'd like to ask for your point of view, Tony, because you've been talking about the three bodies of the federation, the cities, state, the federation, the country, and how to act, how the hospital for the rare patients is going to work. How do you see the participation of the civil society in this issue? Dr. Kamala said that only those who live with someone, with a patient with rare disease, when the patient waits in line for their first line of care, the first patients that we serviced with the hospital in the south of Brazil, they were for 1 year and 4 months waiting to be there. But by that time, the national health system was spending a lot of money with them. They weren't there waiting. Everything starts with the primary care. We need mechanisms to train, because today we cannot make the manager in the primary care to know about rare disease. What I'm trying to say is, if we are talking about 6 or 7% of the people who suffer with a rare disease, if every corner we have a center for oncology, why in the investments that we have, for example, the mayor come here and start a public health. We have many white elephants in the room. Why don't we have specialized units for rare disease for this 6 or 7%? Why don't we change? But at the end of the day, where are these patients? We have like 14 hospitals in the city of São Paulo. 14, right? 14 hospitals. Are they in these hospitals? They are not treating the cause, but symptoms. Treating symptoms costs a lot more. So when you start bringing in the model of the Hospital dos Raros to see only patients with rare disease, doing research, diagnostics, hospitalizations, working in the public and private area, creating protocols, because one single hospital is not enough. So they need to be part of our organized network together with secretariats of health, federal government, state government, and with that, we start identifying and we start having early diagnostics, and we start with a management plan, avoid unnecessary costs in the future. So that's what we need. We need to face the challenge appropriately. Otherwise, we won't have any solution in the medium to long run. The issue here is not an advanced therapy. The issue here is 90% of the population of rare disease patients don't have drug treatment. I want to have access to a team, to management, to quality of life. That's what they need. They don't know where to go. They are in line, lost in the limbo. Today they are lost. And that's where we spend more money. That's where the city, the state, and the Ministry of Health spend money without appropriate answers. In my opinion, Hospital dos Raros is just a model that should be a model not only for rare disease, but for other diseases as well. So we don't need large hospitals and service and attend rare disease on the margin. We need to be focused to have better answers, and that's it. Like for every diagnostic in rare disease, I think at least 7 are in the Northeast. If I go to the Amazon region, we almost don't have it there. So Brazil, we cannot have a recipe. Have more access and in the north, when they have difficulties to access and difficulties to have experts. That's where we have to work. And the Northeast, they ended up coming to the city. They ended up coming to São Paulo. São Paulo is a megalopolis. So I didn't want to say everything that we. Okay, I'm just going to say that we are building an electronic platform to put together online consultation, to have a genetic counseling, to do genetic tests, because the access starts with diagnosis. The main concern of those who have a rare disease is the pain, the suffering, the knowledge that there's a physical issue there and don't understand. So we have a public-private partnership. We have a partnership for public policies together with the University of São Paulo. It's not only with the ICHC. We brought together 19 experts, a group of expertise that are going to work together in a model like what they have in Rio Grande do Sul. Create in Rio Grande do Sul are already doing that. Any doctor from the public sector there, I don't know what the guy have, but they deposit the clinical um, landscape. We have students from graduation, from residency, we have experts, we have the clinical data, because those who work with it, if you know, we have one spot on the screen, we say, okay, that's the disease. It's complex, and it's also for diseases that are not described in literature. So I didn't want to say everything that I said because I have a very short time to say. But we have 4 years to carry on this project. They're now working with IT because creating the tool is crucial. So we can register the disease, we can have this conversation with the system. We're going to say, how much does it cost? It costs this, it costs there. That's is a spoiler of the question I was going to ask you. Let me tell you, if the Ministry of Health allows us, because we have some ethical and moral issues, we can do that for the country. You get goosebumps. The manager here in São Paulo wants to kill me, but when it's like, hey, we can't do that to everyone, right? But for those parts of the country that we don't have the sophistication, you say, okay, I have to be careful with what I say when they don't have this peculiar way of acting like we have in São Paulo. With that, they're going to build a tool for education, because the doctor is going to be interacting with us, not only doctors, but the multi-professional, multidisciplinary professionals. You're going to let them know what are the social service person can say and how can he or she act. Not only saying that we are building also something. It's kind of complicated because it looks like São Paulo, the University Hospital, the University of São Paulo. So that creates resistance, that creates some prejudice. We're not going to solve all the problems. We're here to create an operational model, working process that can be replicated in other parts of the country. That's how we do research. This is research. That's the model that you have to put together. The academia, the public manager, and also pharmaceutical industry. Nobody used the right word for those who are from the pharmaceutical sector to say, okay, come here, I need to talk to you. That's it. That's how it started in 1983 when Ronald Reagan did the rare disease law in the United States. Here, we are not their original. We just need to study and we need to customize Brazil. This is a reality that has already advanced in different parts of the world. So that you can feel more at ease. There is no country in the world which has solved this equation, but we can get close to what other countries are doing. Now, we have the final part of Dr. Mela's speech. We have representatives from the pharmaceutical industry, pharmaceutical sector here. So I'd like to start with Renato Porto, who is the president of Interpharma. I'd like to understand you as an association. What are you doing that has an impact? When you talk about post-incorporation, therapeutical horizon, the therapeutical landscape. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Tony, for the invitation. I apologize, but my voice is not the best today. First, I'd like to say who Interpharma is. It's Association of Research Industries. We have 43 pharmaceutical labs as members. They are labs that try every day to change the life of people. People are talking about cure, and you're reaching the cure. Genetics are going to lead us there. And you're going to connect with what we experience in our generations and life. People are getting older, they're living more, but as we said before, we are dealing with a change in health technologies, and that carries the value of the product for development, but not only for development, but for the life of people being treated, so for patients. The problem is not for rare disease. Rare disease is one example. Like in Brazil, once again, since 2016 was my first time here, and thank you so much for bringing awareness to rare disease, but not only rare disease. And now Interpharma and Sinpharma is a Latin American association. We did together a couple of surveys of studies, how to incorporate. When you talk about the whole system, the previous roundtable talked about sustainability, resilience. You cannot talk about a single disease. You have to talk about the whole system. How can we make the system work and be resilient, balanced? So we have two studies. One is that shows that from 2014 to 2023, Anvisa now is there. He did a great job, changed the regulatory milestones. Actually, the law that's been published lately, we have changed from 104 products registered by Anvisa. Only 6 have been incorporated in Brazil with no restriction. We're talking about 6% approx. I'm not comparing this data with data from the US, Japan. I'm comparing to countries from Latin America. And we're talking about that from 104 products registered in Brazil, only 6 didn't face any restriction. With some restriction, 34. So we are still talking about more than 60% of products that weren't incorporated the right way or didn't reach this incorporation for many reasons. Here, we have the proof, like how we incorporate that, and that's a great challenge. What is the post-incorporation? How we do that? The preliminary base, which cost effectiveness, it doesn't work anymore. What are the technologies you're going to use? How people defend? How is the society participation? How do we start decision with Conitac? If you follow Conitac, you know the governance model should be revealed. And maybe that's one of our great challenges. How can we change this governance model to incorporate products in Brazil? On the other hand, we have a different study called IFER. This is weight, the other is IFER. And what it is the following. Now we get in what Minister Mandetta just said. Minister, in 4 years, from 2022 to 2018, 18 to 22, actually, a study with 7 diseases, Brazil spent $350 billion only with the public health. $73 billion. So it's a Brazilian GDP every 4 years of not treating appropriate 7 diseases. That means all this money was spent wrongly because it wasn't with the appropriate treatment of the disease, the data. So how do I connect these two groups? To tell you that when we incorporate, we have great challenges. To provide this treatment, we also have challenges. So we have products that is taking to 1,700 days to reach the population. Incorporate products. So that's a great challenge. And again, Tony, to review this system is very important, very relevant. We need to think about the value that we give to this therapy, the value of the technology we're going to use. I've been through experience rare disease. My father, he received the diagnostics when I was born, 1980, and he only got a definite diagnosis in 1995, 15 years later. And from 95 until the day he died, the costs that we spent and the public sector spent was huge. My father worked, was a public servant. He's not better than worse than anyone, but he gave his life to public policies, high level. So connecting the value of a therapy, of health technology to the gain that this country might have is exactly what other countries has done, and we must do that. So the challenge of Pharma and our other associated companies, how can we get to break these barriers? If you have a public or private traffic, we need to offer society with an option so that this calculation is not only the price of drugs. If you talk about cure, we are not going to discuss medication against medication. That's not the issue. That won't be the issue. The idea is to invest, and I liked what you said, to invest so that we're not going to spend money or spend only what you need to spend and use data from real life, follow up with patients, check whether they're doing it appropriately. Otherwise, nothing's going to happen. Thank you. Now I'd like to talk a little bit more about Marcio and Leonardo, Renato as well. We're talking about other countries. You from the pharmaceutical issues. What can we use in Brazil? Not with a model to replicate 100%, but successful experiences that we can use. We can start. Thank you so much. Thank you, Satuza, for your question. Ronnie, once again, thank you for your partnership. It's very important to bring this discussion. And we can see cases around the world. We saw cases in Canada, Italy, and bringing this subject of having a fund dedicated to rare disease. So the cases are what? They are food for thought, they are data that we need to use. But when you transport all that to Brazil, only a case, creating this fund is the only solution to the problem. I'm not sure about that. I think we all agree. I think it's an important component. But if you want to understand history, histories with people that live with this disease every day. If I have a family here in Brazil, and of course I have to connect with all of you said, when you receive the diagnostic of a rare disease, are they gonna break the huge barrier of diagnostics? But it doesn't stop there. We have to take a look at the integrality of everything that's going on, as Carmela said. And everything that you have ahead of us in this journey. If you have an impact with we have a home help education, I mean, home study, so people can so the patients can have access to everything that they deserve, or that is their rights. We see testimonies of people that the treatment, the impact, the largest impact is the distance that they are from the center. And in this journey, time has a huge impact as well. The time that the family dedicates. So what's the impact of time? Today, 50% of homes in Brazil have one single source of income. If I don't have that time, I don't have the productive ability to generate income. So when I have the time impact, I'm impacting the income ability, the income, the ability to generate income. So when you're looking for the appropriate treatment, and if I cannot guarantee the access to the basic treatment of what these people can do, so when I bring the the regional cutoff, the impact is even larger. So the challenge of having a fund exists, and it helps, but it's not the final solution. We can not leave behind the impact in everything else. And that's why we think about getting the patient in the center, integrality or wholesomeness. What are the factors that surround us, the impact that is happening? How can you transform all that? The solution is not simple. I'm not going to stay longer here because it's clear the challenges that we have ahead of us. But we accept because it's important. And there's something I would like to end my presentation with, my lecture, my statement with, that health is not an expense. Health is not cost. It's investment. And it's an investment with a huge multiplying factor power. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank you, Tony, and everyone here. Every time we think about an example to bring from Brazil, it's always, we always talk about United Kingdom because the Congress member, when they created the Brazilian I'm sorry, the Brazilian public health sector was based in the United Kingdom, the NHS. So uh, we don't have the same population, but things work. The Brazilian health system matrix, the SUS matrix, is there. And if you have their action plan and your action plan, they talk, they have this dialogue. And we have the way, we can lead the way, but we need to deploy. We have regional problems that they don't have in England. They don't have mobility issues. We have the a health network that works. I'm thinking about my colleagues from the small municipalities, not only finding the person, but how can you provide therapies from this network, not only in terms of medication, but everything else. When we are looking, when you look at what's happening, what's going on in the United Kingdom, I think that there's still a lot for us to get from them. Of course, respecting the two differences, but it's important to implement like medical patient reports. I mean, we are far away from having what they have, but I think that was one of the issues that you've liked to mention during the pandemic, Minister, that we need to understand what's going on. And if you don't have that, that's difficult. This basic infrastructure is there. We know what to do. And when you talk about United Kingdom, look at them, and they don't change their path. They improve. They don't deviate from their path. And regardless of who is leading the government, this must be a state program, so we can have this program forever. Thank you.
Agora, eu queria conversar pouco com o Dr. Wilson.
Now I'd like to talk to Dr. Wilson
Vem discutindo, eu antes tive a
that
oportunidade de
have
falar
been
com ele
discussing,
sobre toda
and before I had the opportunity to talk to him,
a
that
experiência com a economia da saúde,
this
da
experience with
medicina baseada em evidência. Eu tive
economy
anos atrás com
of
um
health,
amigo dele, né, que antes do SUS falava do
based on
e
evidence.
eu ouvi pouco do
I
seu
want to
sobre
hear what you
como
have to
como a
say
gente pode
about
usar essas pesquisas
how
na
can we use
economia
these
e
research
ajudar nessa questão
in terms
da
of
publicidade do sistema,
economics,
pensando, é lógico,
and
que
how
essa
can we
pandemia que a gente
save
tem vai
in the
chegar no
system,
momento que a gente vai ter
and
limite em
understanding
termos
that
dos
we're going to reach a
recursos,
point
limitação
where
orçamentária.
the limit is there, even if we have budgets. Santuza, thank you. Thank you for your statement. And I'll try to be fast. I'm going to take the opportunity of what we've heard so far. Well, 95% of what I think I should say, but I'm just going to add something very, very fast.
Vocês viram no início, pouco após o almoço, a fala
We saw in the beginning, right before lunch, our president spoke and he was saying that patient participation is now crucial because we are at the beginning and at the end. Everything that happens in the public healthcare system comes from us through the payments we make to health insurance companies, through our taxes, and at the end, all benefits or ills end up at us. So it's really important that we have an awareness of what goes on in the in-betweens. So with everything that goes on with pharmaceutical economy, I would raise one very important point, which is the incremental cost effectiveness rate, which is something that was implemented by SUS many years ago. When you calculate the cost of treatment and then you check the cost of incorporation once you include a new treatment, and whereas elsewhere in the world, this sum, which is how much we're willing to pay extra for another year of high quality life, and that is the same in the US, the UK, Australia, the rest of Europe. All of that is one time the per capita GDP. We start with a problem that our GDP is lower, but in healthcare, we spend so much less. If you compare the cost of one day of commitment in Canada, Australia, the US, and in Brazil, we are much below them. We're at huge disadvantage because any technology that comes in, and we won't deny that current technologies have a very high cost, incorporating that and falling within that limit, either the technology will have to transfer a discount which would harm our comparison with other countries. Like, why would we pay $10 in Brazil if elsewhere in the world they're paying 100? I don't think we can complain about that. The second thing is, how can we make those technologies fit into those same values? A lot of those technologies were created to work as it works as a reference in other places of the world, and then you incorporate other values like the social benefit that causes quality of life for patients. Here, once you hit the threshold, you're not crossing it. As much as people say, no, we're thinking of from the standpoint of multiple criteria, that's just a crutch. And rare diseases cost what could be 3 GDPs. That's not feasible in terms of incorporating new technologies. And then there is an extra aspect, which is we're not including social costs there. How much can we recover in terms of capacity for work, releasing caretakers to take care of the family? If we don't incorporate that, and often those sums are much higher than what you would save in terms of treatment, we would be making different decisions. I think these are two things that we need to work on in the future. And I suggest that we discuss that better and go into what we call the social contract. Rousseau used to talk about that. What does our society want? Is it to improve treatment? Is it to keep it as is? Do we want to make it worse? Because it's a discussion that goes like, if I invest too much in health, I can't invest in education, security. And I'm sorry, but none of those things are doing great in Brazil. Can't say that you're saving on health and spending there, but we have to agree on what we can do to meet the needs of society as a whole. Otherwise, it's just hypocritical.
Muito obrigada, professor.
I apologize for the word.
Trabalho lá dentro do Congresso
Thank you,
já
Professor.
notando
With
que
this work that we've been
posso dizer
doing
que saíram dessa conversa
inside
apesar da gente saber
Congress, I've been looking at the several different bills, although we know that we have lots of laws and they need to be implemented. We also need, like we said in all roundtables, to participate in Congress to advance with the execution and assistance of healthcare for patients. I want to thank you all for participating. We've had a great discussion. I think we've touched every point. And I want to move on to our next and final table. A round of applause. Please all come to the front so we can take our picture. All our guests. Can you turn up this music? Yeah, okay. Picture, yeah. Now the picture. Just sit down for a second so we can take the official picture. Look straight to the background. Look at Tony. Not this Tony. Wonderful. Do we have it? Yeah, okay. Another round of applause. I can see your supporters. I really appreciate the support. We had lots of learnings, insights, and I would risk saying homework to be done after this roundtable. It was really amazing. Thank you all for participating. This event is going to be made available on our YouTube channel. If you're watching online, you can watch it again. And everyone who's here, if you missed anything, you can look there. We have in all different versions, Portuguese, Spanish, and English. So modern. Now, I am going to ask the QR code to be put on the screen. You know what to do. Scan the QR code and make a record of your opinion. It's really essential to promote even better editions of this event. It's truly amazing. It's really cool. That's why we want to hear from you as well. Well, and to wrap up this beautiful experience, I would like you all to participate on the fourth and final roundtable, which is about handling rare diseases and clinical protocols and therapeutic guidelines. I would like to invite Gabriela Tanus from Axia Bio Life Sciences International. Welcome, Gabi. A round of applause. Also, Dr. Andrea Bessa, legal coordinator of Casa Hunter and an active member of the Brazilian Bar Association a health law committee. Has everyone fallen asleep? Why is no one clapping? Go on. Wonderful. Oh, that's better. That's better. Now, Dr. Maria Cecília Oliveira, lawyer and president of the Family Members, Friends, and Patients of Rare Diseases, AFAG. Mrs. Sayonara Araújo, president of the Paraíba Association of Rare Diseases and general director of the Center for Rare Diseases in the Mayor's Office of João Pessoa. Dr. Tânia Bachega, president of the Brazilian Society of Neonatal Tests and Innate Errors of Metabolism. And still online, you will see Carolina Fischinger. She is the superintendent of Casa dos Raros. Well, Gabi, you have the floor. Go ahead. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I know we're here to wrap up our event. This is the last table. But everything that was said today, throughout the day, absolutely requires this discussion, which is about protocols and lines of care. We are very familiar with PCDTs in the public healthcare system. The PCDTs are the clinical protocols and treatment guidelines. But often in the public healthcare system, you have medications that are being available, they are high cost, and you need that instrument to be able to regulate or register the way that medication is going to be accessed by patients. They're not exclusive to rare diseases. They're dedicated to several different diseases that are covered by SUS, our public healthcare system, for high-cost medication, but also basic components, because it gives, if you're not familiar with this topic, this protocol defines inclusion criteria, what will be given to patients and in what order. At the same time, as it's important to have this contact with the pharmaceutical industry, we have to remember that a great deal of rare diseases still don't have pharmacological treatments. So if we think of the PCDT instrument, maybe for these cases it isn't or won't be appropriate. So the idea here is to really talk a little bit beyond the PCDT complex and start talking about really a line of care for patients, because really even when you do have PCDT, as soon as patients have medication and go to their places, they have control at the forefront of everything, which is doctors providing care for patients, which on the one hand gives some autonomy to centers to define how they're going to act with their group of patients. But on the other hand, when the SUS management is going to make a decision to assess a new protocol or a new coverage, the people making that decision don't have a lot of information regarding how patients are going to be cared for and make decisions that I think are not good for patients. Now that we've been through all those details, it's really important to really tie everything in for this last table. We're going to move on to questions. afterwards, but first we need to watch a video. So it's by Nadim Abdul Latif. She is the president of the Malaysian Rare Disease Society, and she has a special message for our event.
Hi, this is Nadia from the Malaysian Rare Disorders Society. I think the first thing we need to differentiate is what is the difference between cure and treatment. The reality of it is the majority of rare diseases in the world do not have any therapeutic intervention, often life-limiting, debilitating, and lifelong, so let alone have cures. However, with better medical intervention, better research and understanding, treatment options are now a lot more for individuals living with rare disease. They can be anything from therapy, like occupational therapy and speech therapy and physio, all the way to options for surgery and maybe medical interventions that help to alleviate the symptoms and the pain or the issues that individuals living with rare disease have. In Malaysia, we have several challenges. What we do see is that persons living with rare diseases often tend to be boxed as challenges to be faced by the Ministry of Health. But this is fast changing with the understanding that individuals living with rare diseases have got myriad of needs just like anybody else. And this can include everything from inclusive education to comprehensive sexuality education, opportunities to participate in society, inclusive work, palliative care, etc. So it's not just about illness, but it's also about celebrating health and celebrating the life in the years that they have. Countries that I find are inspiring are many. I don't have one particular country that I think is doing great for everything. I have sought inspiration in many countries now, looking at how countries that may not have a lot in terms of resources but are able to do a lot in terms of caregiving and assisting families and individuals living with rare disease. But I've also seen other countries, for example, countries like Taiwan and Hong Kong and China that are fast growing and are steadily incorporating issues for people living with rare diseases into their health systems. In Taiwan, there is a very good relationship between the Foundation for Rare Diseases and the government. There is insurance coverage and support. They also have integrated facilities that look at how we can assist individuals and families living with rare diseases. In China, for example, there are over 100 different types of orphan drugs that are made available in the formulary, and they go to treat more than 53 different types of rare diseases, and this is fast expanding as we go along. They're looking at how not only financial assistance and insurance coverage can assist patients and individuals living with rare disease, but also all of the other facets that are required. So in actuality, there are many countries that are moving. The speed that we're moving can differ, but the needs that we have for the people that we have.
Caiu o microfone. Oi. Beleza, gente. Vamos lá, vamos seguir em frente aqui
We don't have a
enquanto...
microphone. Hello. Hi. Let's move forward. We can call Dr. Carolina back on screen in a second. See how important it is to speak of all of that. Everything that was said throughout our day by so many different people, so many different speakers who have been on this stage today. How can I summarize patient care with medication? You have a series of other things that are involved in care, and the protocol, the line of care, involves all of those parts. So moving forward, I want to hand the floor to Dr. Carolina first. She has lived through the experience of building PCDTs for rare diseases. How do you see currently does that dialogue with reality, what do you see in your experience that would need to happen for those protocols to work, or should we create other protocols thinking of that?
Estão conseguindo me ouvir?
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Ok.
No?
Obrigada.
Okay.
Muito obrigada por terem me
Right.
convidado para participar.
Thank you for inviting me to participate in the scenario. It is really an amazing event that
Visto em relação às doenças raras.
has brought to light everything that we've seen in terms of rare diseases and how important bringing that topic to a debate and discussion, because that's the only way really that we can improve care for patients with rare diseases. The specific question is about the building of a clinical protocol and therapeutic guidelines and my experience about that. My view is that the whole process of building a clinical protocol
Muito bem embasado em todas as suas etapas.
very well based in all of its stages and all of its accomplishment. As a geneticist doctor at the forefront of medical care and of provider relations, I can give you a perspective into that because I have a daily experience of what that means for patients' lives. When we talk about rare diseases, there is a theoretical landmark, and then you have a practical one. A theoretical milestone is what we do to imagine a perfect world. But practical milestones are often far from theoretical ones. Optimal treatment is often outside of the realm of possibility for rare disease patients because we do not have the knowledge of therapeutic technology. We do not have the knowledge of how their daily evolution is going to play out. Now, on the other hand, we don't have any time to waste. We don't have any plan B. Often, we don't even have an alternative. A disease that could be fatal in 2 to 3 years cannot be left waiting for the theory. Often, the history of treatment is built with practical milestones. And it's really important for managers to understand that, because it's very difficult for someone who sits behind a desk or who is reviewing scientific evidence-based trials to have all of the evidence and the data required to actually put that into practice. And in real life, we also need practice, and we need to review what works and what doesn't based on a scientific trial where you could develop evidence with 25 or 50 patients in a different country. Could be China, Japan, the US, Germany. That's not exactly something we can use in practice. Often practice provides a different type of knowledge. So the difference between the practical and theoretical milestones causes damage to patients with rare diseases who suffer with the entire process. The time it takes to get a diagnosis, which could be 6 to 7 years, and then their journey, which is about 4.5 years. We have no time to lose. My big issue with what Conitec does, which is excellent work, and what we see in practice as doctors, is complete distancing from reality. And that can often penalize the people at the forefront, which are doctors and patients. And just to wrap up on this topic, I think there is still a struggle in the dialogue between reality and theory. For example, when we discuss the incorporation of a new high-cost technology, we are discussing something that patients have been using, but they are using it through judicialization. And the cost of that is much higher than incorporation. But judicialization is non-existence for Conitec. So the non-incorporation of technology, where we have lower
E o sistema judiciário também.
knowledge, it penalizes doctors, patients, and the judiciary system as well, because you're allowing judges to prescribe therapy. Conitec has an incredible system. It's wonderful, but it gets in the way. That's my viewpoint. Still in that line, I'd like to talk to Dr. Débora Guzmão to talk about your outlook on that dialogue, because like Dr. Carolina said, the dialogue between people who are reviewing literature, who's at the forefront, and the real life data, like she said, of people who have their hands dirty. How do you view that? Good afternoon, everyone who's here. I want to thank you for having me here today, sharing this roundtable with so many wonderful women and Carolina online. My experience as a geneticist doctor, and I work with rare disease patients. I have been working with them for 27 years, like Carolina. From the theoretical standpoint, it's what Carolina said. We don't have much of a criticism to the Conitec's MO to incorporate technologies in the public healthcare system, or how you build therapeutic guidelines and clinical protocols. But we do struggle with rare diseases because the evidence in the field of rare diseases is usually not robust enough and not numerous enough, because an ideal study that you can learn from to a strong degree of scientific evidence, which would be a randomized clinical trial, would be very hardly conducted in a sample of patients with rare diseases. But something important that our colleague from Malaysia and you yourself have said is that specific treatments are present in 5% of genetic rare diseases. The rest don't have specific treatment, which doesn't mean that there is no treatment. That treatment has to be considered from a multidisciplinary perspective. And I want to extrapolate health and move on to social services and education as well, because in the midterm to long term, we're talking about an individual that's going to be included in labor, in education, and all of that requires a broader approach of the individual's life outside of the healthcare system needs to be addressed. In that sense, I wonder whether this might be the time to think about something other than a clinical protocol and a therapeutic guideline, because the government understands that this needs to be implemented in health units, but maybe we need to consider lines of care and the incorporation of technologies that are not so hard, biologic, therapeutic, in the sense that they treat the disease specifically. For example, genetic counseling is a methodology and a technology related to healthcare that ideally all individuals with rare diseases should have access to, even in situations where you don't have specific treatment, enzyme replacement, gene therapy, and that technology isn't so expensive. It depends on human resources more than financial ones, differently from what a high performance hard technology would look like.
Porque quando a gente faz genética, há muito tempo a gente sabe que existe uma coisa que chama medidas antecipatórias de cuidado clínico. Quando você dá um diagnóstico de um indivíduo de uma doença genética, você sabe que existem melhores condutas que podem ser tomadas no segmento longitudinal desse paciente, que vão modificar a história de vida e a qualidade de vida desse paciente. E aí eu queria trazer aqui, inclusive, um outro elemento que, só para concluir minha fala e passar para frente, mas que acredito que vai voltar nessa mesa, que é a ideia de que o Brasil é muito desigual e é um país continental. Uma coisa é um paciente com uma doença genética rara estar em segmento em São Paulo ou no Rio Grande do Sul, outra coisa é estar nos rincões do nosso país. E muitas vezes esse segmento é feito na atenção básica, na atenção primária à saúde. Então, protocolos que orientassem o segmento longitudinal desse
have a guideline for across this patient, especially if the patient doesn't have access to a geneticist or someone more used to dealing with these sort of conditions. We're going to get back to that, I'm sure, but it's very important what you're saying, because I know that biological event is unpredictable, but you as an expert or geneticist, you can kind of forecast basically what's going to happen to the patient. Patients who didn't have the not having the guidelines of how to treat this patient will lead to that from your understanding, right? Yeah, that's from what you understood, and that's what I said. So now we have Dr. Tania from the Brazilian Society of Neonatal Screening. For me, this question is crucial. Since the beginning, we implemented the neonatal screening test. Little by little, you're going to include this test. I hope that happens. But how do you see whether you're having the treatment or not? When we have the neonatal screening, we start having more patients with certain diagnostics. How do you see this path? When we call the attention of PCDTs and rare disease, and in oncology, we can see that as well. Sometimes the PCDT or it doesn't exist, or include the drug or the test not paid by the public care system. I'm not talking about finding the patient. Okay, I found the patient. That's the first relief to find out what their child has. But now what do we do? First of all, thank you so much for the invitation. It's an honor to be here again. And what I said in the December Casa Hunter event, first of all, I'd like to congratulate Tony and the team, because he's someone who aggregates. How can I say that? We cannot work alone in our own centers. We need events like that with patient associations, and that's what we need. How do I see that? As the president of SBTI, I see this well, with a lot of anxiety. This law passes like 2 years ago, and we wanted to have a faster process. SBTI, during my previous mandate, they worked in the law project, helping it to be sustainable, divided into different stages, and then we get closer to a method for diagnostics. And finally, we passed a law during my term. Now, the first expansion, 2012, the biotilidase congenicity. And we're talking about cost. It's one disease. And we're talking about medication in terms of cost. I worked for hyperplasia so that hyperplasia could be incorporated, and it happened. So far, we don't have hydrocortisone. We don't have glucocortisone. From October to January, we had the greatest crisis in Brazil that this medication, but we couldn't find a medication in the market. It's a medication where the tablet costs to the cost is 20 cents for the university to manufacture this drug. So are you gonna choose the disease? It's a tripartite system. The ministry monitors that, but we need to have a sort of inspection and help. The problem is there. How can we help? I'm tired as SBTI or as a University of São Paulo professor to send it to the ministry, the request for Fluido, the medication. And how, as SBTI, we managed to act, managed to provide a support to the University of São Paulo pharmacy to help with the production. And now they are gonna be a volunteer to the ministry to solve the dismantle. I hope this dismantling is finally solved. Now, Dr. João Batista from Anvisa said that we can teach people how to research, how to do research. We need to encourage research, incentivize research. And now I'm talking as a professor at the University of São Paulo. I did a work on cost effectiveness. Disease with very expensive treatment that must be incorporated in the PCDT. We need cost effectiveness. We need to encourage that in Brazil. I've published many years ago a cost effectiveness for hyperplasia. How much does it cost to save people? I've never seen my work being used. So far, we don't have the program to follow up hyperplasia in a disease incorporated in 2012. So, me as a contributor, of course, as a taxpayer, of course, there are services that are organized. The city of São Paulo has expanded that for 27 diseases. We have the state of Minas Gerais, we have other states, Paraná, that are expanding all that, but we don't have equity in the 7 incorporated diseases. Let's talk about expansion. We're talking about expansion PCDT. We have that's covered. Everything you're talking about is covered. Toxoplasmosis. Toxoplasmosis last year came to was integrated, but as a test, not as a protocol. What did we do as SBTI? We've created, and I'll congratulate Eliane Santos, who created the largest manual for toxoplasmosis. From the first test to treatment, toxoplasmosis has PCDT, but we don't have the medication for the baby. I mean, for the doses for the baby, as a society, we have a complete manual available for free on our website. But what we talked about today, we need real world data. And thinking about screening, we woke up to that like 2 years ago. Us as SBTI, we've been through the pandemic, a lot of information. I mean, information technology is now everywhere. We pay everything online. So far, data capture for neonatal screening has problems in many states. How can we expand without having real life data? I'm tired of writing memos on how to solve the problem. For me, nothing is new, and I keep talking about that. I keep sending memos, but so what did we do? We brought together for the past 2 years and for this year, for the second year, all reference service for neonatal screening. We brought them to Institute João Clemente, who offer their amphitheater. They helped us with costs to find out data from real or how the screening is doing. And we managed to do that with subsidies. We have 100% of adherence to our happiness, to our joy. Those are successful examples, and what we've seen. Do we have problem in terms of coverage? Some states have very low coverage. When it's a serious disease that kills in the first few days of their lives, we need to have early collection. So what we did as SPTI, we did a pilot project in the state of Pernambuco to bring awareness to mothers. And the Secretary of Health embraced the project, and that made a huge difference. We are not reinventing the wheel. Continuing education for neonatal care. That works. Another bottlenecks that the meeting that our SRTN showed us, transportation of samples. We met the president with the president of the post office and showed the importance. Everything that comes, if there's a change in transportation, was our initiative to take to the post office the chronic problem of our screenings, transportation in certain regions. I was going to ask you about that because every time we talk about this project, we have the same statements. And we took this information to the post office and we were well received there. There's a bureaucracy that makes communication difficult. Another problem that we have had is that we need to educate doctors. We need better education in terms of rare disease for doctors. We have a screening problem for neonatal screening, and that's a problem that will follow the baby all the way to their adult lives. And we need a grade from PNTN in our graduation. I've tried to speak with the Minister of Education. How can we have it? How can we have this screening and that's not part of the doctor's education? The report said the pediatrician saw an abnormal exam, but the baby was normal. Based on that, in April this year, we talked to Dr. Mário Junqueira. I don't know if he's still there with us because Canasem has a network of telemedicine. It gets to the primary care. And we propose education. We need to educate the pediatrician, the social worker who sees the baby. And finally, something that I've learned with the Pernambuco campaign, which is managers, they are trying their best, but they don't know what it is. And how can we help? I mean, we came up with a management project for neonatal. Listen, and we know that Tony, Dr. Roberto, Juliana, Carolina Fisherman in Casa dos Raros, they had this project to educate managers. I invited them together with Institute João Clemente to we submitted this project to the government to receive funds, and we managed to get there. That is to start in the state of São Paulo. São Paulo does well, but it's a pilot project to be expanded to the world because today telemedicine is there. Brazil has continental distance as BTI. I'm gonna finish my speech now. I'm really anxious about that because we need to progress, we need to expand, but it's not only testing. It must be sustainable, it must be responsible, and we must have the adherence of the patient into the network and then enter this patient in the network of treatment. How can we start? Conitec does that, but we are available to provide suggestions and advisory because we have a team of experts, doctors and professors. One more thing.
A medicação é para paciente sintomático.
The medication for symptomatic patients. So why do we have a screening? Screening is for the window of opportunity. It's symptomatic patient. That's why we need it. We need to talk. We cannot work alone. Managers need to listen what we have to say and listen to university. A lot of universities know how to do research. Yeah, of course. And what you just said is very important. That's the question. Okay. You managed to convince education, get to the parents, do the diagnostics, but if those who are at the front end don't know where to send this or where to refer this patient, what can we do? So we are all anxious here. We're talking about right, we're talking about patient and Conitec, but I'm going to pass the floor to my colleague Andrea, who's been in the advocacy of patients. I mean, you've been working there for 37 years, but how do you see this focus? You're in patient advocacy, how you're there trying to solve all these issues. How do you see that? Something that concerns me, we are only talking about patient and it seems like it's a character, it's an allegory. I heard people from the government talk about patient, the pharma company, but who is the patient? What does the patient go through? When you talk about what does they go through? Well, when you talk about PCDT patient, what is that? Can I eat? Really? What does the patient today feel? When you have a legal decision, judicial claim is that because in this patient's PCDT, there's no treatment prescribed. If you don't have the PCDT, the patient doesn't have the right for treatment, and that's crazy. Does the judge knows what a PCDT? Does the judge know what the PCDT is? I don't know. I don't think they know, because sometimes they bring us statement. Cecilia can tell us that because they receive the opinion and the decision is not individualized. They don't individualize the patient. They don't have the treatment for that specific treatment because the disease doesn't affect every patient equally. At NAT choose, when you go back and talk about the disease, it's as if everything was equal. I'm treating as if it is an epidemic. I'm going to apply the epidemic protocols to this patient. The bibliographic references in the literature is the same. 5 not just conclusions from 5 patients. The outcome is the same. The same. Let's think about case of a Pompe disease of an early stage patient and an adult. The score given by NACH is the same. It only changes when they say, okay, for this patient, early stage, there is a treatment. For an adult, it's not. It's one single case, one disease. Now, what do I think that is missing? Participation. We see the patient defending cost effective, the patient with rare disease is expensive. The blankets are too short. I don't know. I mean, so what do you do? We kill everyone? What is the solution? What is the solution? Now we have to look for answers here. I know it's difficult to come up with an answer, but people need treatment. They need to be treated, and they need to be treated individually, like Tanya said. When she told me the story of this medication, the 20-cent medication, it's really unbelievable. They can't fathom that. I mean, try to get the story of this anecdote to different authorities. We find it difficult for us to find someone who raised these.
A doença que tem tratamento até com
maisena. The treatment with corn starch. I couldn't believe there was a disease that you can treat with corn starch. And it's crazy. When we talk about PCD, we need the patient participated in the process. We need patient advocacies, associations to have the right to represent the patient within Conitac. I think it's a long fight. We are trying, but Conitac today is structured. It's completely frozen there. They can listen to the doctor's side of it. They are going to give a score, a technical score, but we don't have the sensitiveness of listening. What's the impact of this disease in the life of a patient? And then the cost that you come to the government is not only the cost of treating this patient, the cost for the family. The family gets sick. You know, you did the survey with caregivers. The whole family gets sick. The whole family needs treatment. Instead of treating one, you're going to have to treat everyone. So this level of sensitiveness is still missing. I think I brought one more question and not an answer. How together, associations, patients, how can we manage to change this, what's happening today? How can we participate? How can you change the status quo? Yeah, we have to answer some questions that came up with new questions. But two important things: cost effectiveness. Mark Wilson works with me as expert, and he's the president of expert. And we like to talk about that. Cost effectiveness is now an excuse, a good excuse to say no. Cost effectiveness wasn't invented for that. And you've mentioned a study that we did with Casa Hunter, a survey, Casa Hunter, Casa dos Raros. There are some countries that have decided not to using this tool for rare disease, started using other sort of tools. We are working towards this and finding other ways to assess the economic side. And we need to understand what's happening to the patient. I don't know. It's important to mention. I don't know if a colleague said that today, that the cost effectiveness is the solution of all issues. I don't think so. It's one tool, but it's not the only one. We have several tools that can contribute to making the right decision.
Muito importante que eu vi hoje falando muito aqui de criar programas, que programas e não sei o quê. Gente, tudo é lindo, né? É uma coisa.
We're talking about creating programs for this and for that. Everything's great, but today, to get into the Ministry of Health system, it's complicated. We can know whether a patient has bought a certain drug, whether there was the drug or not. We can have an X-ray of the patient history. Today, the patient is completely blind. We've talked about programs and this and that, but where is the world that you live? It's not the same world I'm living in, not my country. At 2017, we have access. We used to have access to information. Nowadays, you don't. So there is transparency. The patient It's very interesting because we've talked about PCDT, there's a treatment line of care, but many patients start treatment and we don't discuss that in cost effectiveness. The patients start treatment and it stops the progression of the disease. Patients are happy in treatment. And out of the blue, the Ministry of Health, for some reason, I don't know how, I don't know why, I cannot follow the administrative process of the Ministry of Health, stop delivering the medication. Procurement problems. After 6 months, you are fighting and you try to sue people in the Ministry of Health. When you get there, you're going to see people hiding from you. They are being sued by one or two or many people. But people are hiding. That's how it is. I'm not joking. The patient, after all this fight, all this suing process going on, after 6 months, don't you think the patient had suffered a loss that cannot bring back this health time that the patient missed? The disease progression for 6 months won't be back to the patient. Everything had been discussed, everything was going well, everything, I mean, forensics, the decision was to take the medication, and out of the blue, the government stops delivering, and they don't say why. For me, that's a crime.
Para quem está lá, né? Na ponta.
For those who are receiving the treatment, at any time, for those who's been with us in the society, I don't say that we have to stop assessing. But the thing is, when I take a tool and I don't use this tool the way it should be, it's bad. I mean, everything's cost effective. No, it's not. The patient advocates say that you shouldn't use it cost effective. It's just a tool, but it depends on how you use this tool. It depends on how you use it, you're going to have a different outcome. I'm not saying that you don't have to stop assessing it, but you need methodologists to help. And that's why, since we have Cecilia here and Sayonara here, I want to ask you to please tell us from your experience the issues that we have with patients, or the issues that you bring from patients. Let's talk about lines of care. I think that's the best way to deal with it is having a line of care and not having it. I'm Cecilia, I'm the president of AFAG. We've been fighting for this agenda for the past 19 years, and we've seen some progress, some steps back, but we've noticed that the way the patients receive their treatment, sometimes it's not correct, and instead of an investment, it becomes a cost, and we must be careful with that, because if the concern is that big that we try to save money, we have to think about that. When we talk about rare disease, what we see is the absence of protocols, clinical protocols for these patients. So we are struggling so that these patients have the rights from the time of diagnosis to have a line of care. And this line of care, sometimes it's not only the medication, it's the treatment all the way from the diagnostic, and it's a technology, right? And that's how I see it. And what I advocate is that from the diagnostic, you can have a PCDD for this patient, for that disease. When you have the diagnosis, you should have a PCDT. They are born together. Oh, but I don't have a drug treatment. That's fine. You need to have how to handle the patient. You need to have procedures, what to do, what not to do with the patient. Surgical procedures that can be done or cannot, food that the patient can take or not. It makes a huge difference in the life of many patients. That's not drug, that's not medication. And that makes a huge difference. That's investment in lives. So that generates quality and gaining health. If you're concerned about cost effectiveness, you should be more concerned about control and generate PCDTs for all these cases. We have the screening, the expanded neonatal screening task, so that when the patient receives the diagnosis, we know how to treat. Once we have that, we know that most of the disease might not have a drug treatment, but they have procedures, multidisciplinary therapies. What's going to happen from this time on? And that makes a difference for the patient and for the family that get sick together and the society also. That's very important.
Houve evolução na transparência de como ele é feito, da Conitec, mas a gente ainda tem um caminho muito grande. Por quê?
Long way to go.
A gente sente.
What we see here is that we feel what the patient feels, and it's complicated. And we suffer with the patient. The website doesn't have that level of transparency for them to access. It's not that simple. We have the site for OBBR. If you try to look, if you try to do a search, you cannot find it. You have to get into the platform. Things need to be clear, especially when you're talking about patients that don't have the experience of associations that are involved in their daily activities. To us, it's difficult. Imagine for a patient, you have half an hour to contribute, otherwise the system will get out. System will break. Sometimes the patients that were ideally to be the testimony patients, that's how we call it, they couldn't register. They gave up because they couldn't register in the system. So that CDT was not ideal anymore. This was a rare disease, very few patients who had contact with that medication. And that specific case, one of the requirements was to have contact with the medication. And that patient, one of them is actually hospitalized. He gave up because he couldn't register. And we were trying to help them to register. For me, it's not an ideal process. And that's very difficult, makes our life difficult. And that's that's another thing. To choose the representative for the call. We register together. We try to see what's going on. So we have to choose among those registered 2 representatives. And they say that 3 of them had contact with the therapy. Okay, but we don't know the patient. How can I choose them? That's what I told Conitec. And they say that based on the access to information, they cannot tell us. So there are some bottlenecks that are easy to be solved. But as an association, I wanted to try to solve this problem together with the agency, because those are barriers that don't reflect the reality. When there's a contribution when you have the testimony of a patient and a future contribution for that therapy. The absence of a therapy, well, we know the losses for the patient. Sometimes we have a lower cost therapy. They're going to have to pay for the access. Otherwise, they're going to go through the judicial way, which is not ideal. Sometimes they're going to keep receiving the medication or not, or the treatment or not. They might have their treatment interrupted, and that is a cost. It's not an investment because the health gets way too debilitated through all this time. And if you don't have the VCDT, and I imagine there's some flaws there also, because I understand that what we should have, and we are talking again about cost effectiveness, not only PCDD, but we need a follow-up. The follow-up must be more rigorous, and it's not. And us as an association, we know that that's a failure. So how is the patient's journey in the network? How is the treatment going? I know it's difficult, but once we see the evolution of the treatment, you know how to make to take passes and make decisions to figure out what is better for a patient or not, and if a therapy that is actually more expensive than other, what would that mean? It could mean a cost reduction to the system. Maybe it's not a therapy that is more expensive that could generate losses to the system. That's for public and private sectors, both cases. But that's what I miss. I don't know. People are concerned about small things, but what we need is a more rigorous follow-up since the diagnostic. Because once if we have the diagnostics and we have a follow-up and we don't know about, we don't need to talk about drug treatments only. It's the whole line of treatment for the patient. We would have a natural history for the disease that would be totally different than we have today. And listen, for me, ideally, maybe I'm dreaming, but the disease that are part of the expanded neonatal screening that would start like that, to start with a line of care for these cases, because people think, why do I have the diagnostics if I'm not going to receive the treatment? No, we need the diagnostics because with access to information, we're going to treat the disease. It works like that always, but we need to make a decision. So blind decision doesn't work.
So to make decisions, it's like your budget at home. You said you're spending a lot, but it's not coming back. Yeah, and that's a cost. But when you do it properly, it's an investment in health. That's what I think. Sayonara, I'll ask you to please supplement if you have anything to add to what's being said. But I'd like to ask you to tell us a little bit about capacitation in the approach to rare diseases. I want to thank our whole team and thank everyone at Casa Hunter because we're so happy to address these topics which on a daily basis we usually can't do. But today I was watching the group on this amazing event. Please don't do the math, but I have been working with rare diseases for 40 years. That's a huge concern for me because when you see the same faces in every event, it means we're not doing a very important work, which is to charm new professionals. Thinking about that, what has João Pessoa done? In a small but meaningful contribution. We started building a commission for rare diseases in Paraíba. So through that, we would be able to educate judges, promoters, judges and attorneys, especially, to address that. What you said is the purest truth. But to address that, we did that and we've been achieving more and more positive outcomes. We negotiated with the Federal University of Paraíba. I had the privilege of working there as a social assistant and a professor, so that's given me an easier path. And we were able to implement through the last semester in the 7th year of medicine, one discipline, one course for chronic and rare diseases. Doctors don't know those diseases. We always say multi-professionals don't. How could they if they don't have that course? So next semester, the Federal University will implement a course, and that's really important. We have genetics in all of our curricula, but one course specifically for rare diseases will be really incredible. And we also have a partnership with health centers where we are addressing all costs of healthcare, and we were also able to implement this optional course. In parallel with that, we fought hard for it and it worked. We are trying to emphasize a multi-professional residency for the Mary at João Pessoa, alongside the Ministry of Education and the Health Ministry. They're trying to get professionals ready to work with that, and we've been trying to help with that. That way we can walk together and with more people. So there we have a multi-professional reference center. It is 100% a municipal endeavor. It would at first be only for people who lived in João Pessoa, but we agreed with the state that we would receive all inhabitants of Paraíba and any other SUS users. And we have users from São Paulo, from Minas, Goiânia, Piauí. That makes us so happy. That means that SUS users and professionals are understanding that our healthcare system is universal. You should receive high quality integral care wherever you are in the country. We have 13 medical specialists, different specialties, and we also have a multidisciplinary team. So it's not just medical. Patients are not taken care of by just one professional. They spend the day with us and they go through all the professionals that are appropriate for him according to our team. So we can also, we have also finished educating 2 classes of a graduate course on rare diseases, which is really important. We know that we need qualification, we need education. And since we can't do that where in your usual suspects, we have to make up those courses. They are 100% mixed, so you can take them wherever you are in the country. And in each of these events, we launch an ebook to make it free and install it in all internets that you can access. Today, I had the pleasure of seeing Professor Roberto, who was with us for the first edition. He never abandoned me. He challenged me to walk down this path. So thank you on behalf of Paraíba for encouraging that work. When you look at the medicine courses in terms of multidisciplinarity or multi-professional graduate courses, the multi-professional residency, and all those events, we understand that this is really where we need to go to charm new professionals and not lose the energy that we lose, that we need every day. That's really cool. I think it's really great that we can finish this event with an example where it worked. And that's really, really cool. I think we can leave the house with that flame of hope. And I mean, there are lots of challenges, but there is a way. The clock isn't helping, but we were able to fulfill our mission. Thank you so much for your being here, for your contributions. I will like to apologize on behalf of Casa Hunter, to apologize for the questions that were sent and we won't be able to answer. Thank you so much, and we'll think of how to manage that for the next editions. Can I just make a request? Of course. I think to expand neonatal testing quickly and responsibly, we need real life data. There is one other very ambitious project that I've been carrying under my arm for 10 months. It is an assessment project to assess that testing in our laboratories and how patients are doing. With this project that we can carry out in 3 months, we can suggest tools to assess online throughout the country. This is a low-cost project that will help save lives and that I've been carrying with me for the past 10 months. So I would like to just, if you want to know more, I'll present the project to you. Oh, that's a great thing you said. I just heard that they did give me the 15 minutes for final considerations. Well, the project is for the Center-West, Mato Grosso and Mato Grosso do Sul, their excellency projects. Okay. Oh, I'm glad you gave me more time for final considerations. I was just begging here on my phone. I'll try to be brief, but I just want to respond to some of the things that were said here before I move on to my actual final considerations. First, I agree perfectly with a colleague to my right where it comes to cost effectiveness. Often Conitec and technicians in general, and I do place myself within that group, we assess cost effectiveness and use that as an outcome. We use morbidity and mortality as an outcome to assess cost effectiveness. And I think maybe we should be looking at different outcomes like quality of life, family quality of life. There are other outcomes that matter in the life of an individual. It's not just about living or dying, but being inserted in society more fully. I have no doubt that that conversation about whether the blanket's too short, I mean, it is. We need to increase investment in health. I see no other way out. And then each of us has an individual role where we can choose well who our representatives are. In the Senate, in the House of Representatives, because the solution includes lengthening that blanket of resources. Oh my God. This is such a declaration of being too old. We just all started here 40 years ago when we were all 10. I'm very involved with the genomics and the area of genomic medicine where I am a coordinator, since we created a very interesting booklet to discuss genetics and in first basic care, the issue of educating professionals that have graduated, and students in not just medicine, but in healthcare in general, in a very broad sense, actually. For example, in courses of nursing, the topic of rare diseases and genetics is so overlooked. And that's terrible because what makes students fall in love with certain areas is seeing their professors be there working and working well when everything is nothing has a structure and students can see themselves working there, and often they don't even know that it exists. See how serious the problem is, because we need to enable scenarios where healthcare students can learn in practice about rare diseases and not in theory, not just in theory, rather. So it's about restructuring the whole public healthcare system and create a more appropriate scenario for that. I want to also say that right now, the Ministry of Health is reviewing the guidelines for the national for our medicine courses. So all of the medical associations are contributing to some extent, and by September or October, if I'm not mistaken, the entire population will have the opportunity to contribute to that revision. So I think it's really important that the rare disease community articulate itself and send suggestions to the National Board of Education. There will be a public consultation. Get articulated and send your contribution when it comes out. It will be available for 3 months. It is an institutional mechanism that you can access to pressure the Ministry of Education to include that content, minimally even. Our reference center is a common point. We have multi-professional residencies in our center. We have extension projects. We have multi-professional residencies, which is what I always say. It's if they can't get it in practice, the theory won't do. We need to charm those people. It's hard to say, that is a hard reality. Every month we get 100 doctors from basic education, and I bring them to our center so they can see how it works, so they can talk to other professionals and doctors. And I heard people literally say, doctors who've been doctors for 20 years, I never heard anything about this pathology. And I think it's great that they say it, because when they say it, it means they want to hear. And we've been doing capacitation with the basic care. And on July 3rd, July 1st, we'll start with basic health agents, because we're not doing enough. The people in there with patients are health agents. We're not saying that they have to provide a diagnosis, but them being able to consider that, they can send us our way. And we would love to send them back with a negative diagnosis. But if it is a positive diagnosis, then we can take them in and take care of them. And that goes through health agents, doctors, nurses. So if we capacitate one professional per day, it won't be enough. So I'm very happy to know that as an agent, you also dream of highly capacitated professionals, because we have to want it and do it as well. No, I think with that, we still have 5 minutes. No, I think we've reached our deadline. I just want to thank you all again. I think it's what's really interesting about this event is that maybe we think differently. But that's great because deep down, what we want is the same. We want more adequate attention to individuals with rare diseases. In my particular case, a genetic rare disease. Differences exist to favor dialogue and for you to maybe change your mind, incorporate your ideas into someone else's mind. So thank you so much for the opportunity to do just that. And I want to maybe leave you with this idea that you don't improve education if you don't improve services in general. Patient care scenarios, because that's where students will learn. Dr. Carolina, I am not about to forget you. Your final considerations. If you're on the screen, you're just waiting, like, are they going to call me? We are. Yeah, I'm in the background. You don't speak when you're in the background. I just want to emphasize something that Deborah said. We've been in this journey for quite some years. We've drank quite a few beers together, and I swear to God that is very productive to this discussion. I think rare diseases that are caused of a genetic cause, which geneticists take care of, which are 80 to 85% of patients, are present throughout specialties and throughout medicine. So more than ever, we need to bring modifications into that scenario so that genetics aren't restricted to big A and small a. That doesn't exist anymore. We need to bring practice into every day. And this is even a thrilling event where patients are centered and around him a multidisciplinary team, genomics, geneticists, social assistants, psychologists, physical therapies, occupational therapists, speech therapists. All of them need to be enabled and to learn genomics, give meaning to uncertain clinical results. All of them need to participate in that scenario, and we want to expand that to pull people in, to capacitate those people, and bring that model that we dream of into real life, because that's what it is in my mind. It is a dream that is becoming true. And I've been learning that more and more. What patients tell doctors is completely different from what they say to physical therapists, what they say to psychologists, because the questions are different. But all of those questions need to be connected. Otherwise, we won't move forward. Specialized treatment, gene and genomic therapy are a challenge, but you can't go back. We have diseases that are being cured, modified in phenotype. Once upon a time, a USB stick was a really expensive thing. And now no one cares about that anymore. So gene therapy is going to be banal in a second. We need to find a way to expand that blanket of resources, as we were saying. Medicine has become more expensive. This isn't just the public healthcare system. And under this aspect, it is about quality of life. This is the ideal outcome, and obviously an early diagnosis, the possibility to treat patients in a moment where we don't have the non-reversible clinical outcome. Lines of care are really important, and it's extremely important that we can reduce costs. Believe us, I don't know who from the public healthcare system is in the audience, but believe us when we say the cost is going to decrease. Right, because when we have a patient that's well taken care of, you can return one person to the job market, which are moms. 90% of patients that we see are cared for by their mothers. If you have to take care of your son, you have to stop a productive activity. And if it is a rare disease, you can return 2 people instead of just 1 to the job market. Patients might regain their ability to be active and productive, and that contributes to the country. I'll just wrap up by saying that I had an economics professor that taught about state economics. He said that when the state doesn't do that, someone takes up that space. In life, it's the same. When you don't do it, someone takes up your space. That's where the third sector comes in. I heard Dr. Tanya, Dr. Deborah talking about the manuals. What came to mind was this: look at the civil society playing the role of the state. The state isn't doing PCDTs. What's going to happen is that the manuals that you're creating are going to become extra official PCDTs. Since there are others, those will be the references for all areas. Because it is what's available. It's about you feeling in the state's shoes. I see that very clearly. It felt like going back to my classes. Yeah, I think we can wrap this up. I think we've gone over time now, but we wrap up this roundtable with this outlook, that it is possible to make all of this something better. Thank you all. Thank you. A round of applause. Let me just ask this roundtable, which is 100% women. Can we call Dr. Carolina back? Is she still here? I don't know.
Picture ladies, please come to the stage. Now, I'm going to ask you not to leave because you have a surprise to you all. You can look at Tony. Thank you. Thank you. We want to thank you all, Gabriel, and all members of this roundtable about the challenge issue of creating critical protocols for treating rare disease. For caretakers, caregivers, health professionals. So here we have the QR code. So people can scan it. Before going to the closing of this. Okay, now you managed to scan the QR code already. Now if you can give us your opinion, I'm gonna call the person who once again made this event together. Tony, your final thoughts. Thank you so much, my dear friend. Thank you all for your patience, for being with us. It's 6:30 in the evening, so thank you for being here until this time of the evening. I hope that next year we can bring more good things, and I'm sure that today wasn't just a day of event. It was a day of challenges, and we leave here today stronger, more plannings. Many of them will become effective in the next few years, next year, thanks to this event. So thank you so much, and see you next year. Thank you, Tony. And let's take a look at some of the memories that were built today. Congratulations. And one more surprise, and they don't even know about this. I was outside during lunch, and I was talking to people that when the Global Play arrived at Brian's house, he froze. And after he understood that there was a team to film him, he was dancing, and you see how how happy he was. Now, like I invite Brian to come here and sing a song to us. He's also a singer. So Brian will sing to us. An applause to Brian.
Ó,
Now, Brian told me that there's a song that he likes a lot. And first of all, can you introduce yourself, Brian? I am Brian. I'm 8 years old. I study a lot. I like to draw, I like to play and do many things. I like to play with my dogs, on my bicycle. And this song is kind of, I like the song, and I sang this with my friends, and one of them had written a song of Zete Miguel, and I'm gonna sing One Piece Jumper. One Piece is an anime, right? My son loves it. But before singing, where did you have the idea of this colorful hair? Yeah, Paola, Paola. What did Paola do to have you hair? She painted her hair. She dyed her hair a blue and pink. So you came here as Paola's son, right? Now let's sing. Let's sing. People want to listen you sing. Want to hear you sing.
Liga pro que outro sente, me der as costas para sempre. Só sofreu e entende, fui expulso. Ninguém quer me ver na sua frente. Meu bando me mandou embora por ser tão diferente. Tem gente em comum, mas ela nasce com o nariz azul. Eu fui pra longe, sempre sozinho eu sobrevivi, até comer uma rua no mi. O meu corpo se transformando no que eu sou. Não sou animal e também não sou humano. Acho que eu sou um monstro.
Uau, uma salva de palmas, gente!
Oh my God! A round of applause to Brian. Who liked it? Say Brian. If you like it, say Brian.
Vamos lá?
Awesome, Brian. Now we are gonna end our event. I'd like to thank you for the trust you gave me to lead this event once more. I'd like to thank the whole team who is behind the stage. Ariadne, Paula, Isabella, Tony, Fernanda, Casa Hunter team, Supernova, and you're here today. Congrats, Milan Hatakazu, who did the presentation on the dance presentation. We have wide language service, make well communication, Murilo, 9 o'clock, Year 9 Productions, Robson Irakawa, Supernova Produções, and WTC. And all of you who are here with us, it was a pleasure to spend this time with you. And I hope that you can take all this contact with you today. So, okay, our patient and Casa Hunter, let's take a picture, all of us together.